All right, here we go. And we are live. Hello and welcome, everyone. I am Tech Chariot, and it's a little dark in here, actually. Let me turn on the overhead light. But before we ever launch Age of Empires, let's launch Krita. All right, well, that should at least be a little bit better. So, you are in for a real treat. Today, we are going to make Super Arena. All my life, I've made random map scripts for other people with all kinds of tiny wood lines and unbuildable DLC rock terrain that you can't wall on. And although I pretended to enjoy playing them, the truth is, I am happy with walls. And the perfect... Alright, we'll recover that. The perfect map, in my opinion, is Arena. I am an Arena clown. I love Arena. Yeah, that's nice. Let's create a new document here. So, we're not just going to make Arena, though. We're going to do it in the Tech Chariot way. We're going to create an arena that has some additional features. Some things that would be impossible with traditional scripting, but I believe that I have the technology to implement. So, let me make sure that I can write. Ah, yes, I can. Excellent. Largo Suten Nudo. This is Marintho. Welcome, Marintho. Erase that. So, it all starts here. We're going to create Super Arena. It's going to be awesome. There's a big community of clowns that love Arena. So we're going to take existing Arena and we're going to upgrade it in the Tech Chariot fashion. So before we can do that... Oh, okay. Hopefully I didn't break that. That's fine. So I've got this retractable monitor here. This is both my Age of Empires gaming monitor and it's a graphical tablet, so I can write on it. So first thing that we're going to do is erase all that. So that's right, Super Arena. Zerg has got it. And Marintho is here. He's a distinguished figure in John Slow's Clown Legion community. So we have an authority on what Arena should be like in the chat. So I feel like I have the blessing of the clowns to proceed. So let's start by talking about what base Arena is, what it offers us. So base Arena. What does it mean for a map to be Arena? Sketch, first of all. So the way that Arena is made, don't let the other clowns hear that. Oh, they're all fighting for his love, I'm sure. So I am, without going in and looking at the script, just having been random map scripting for a while now, for probably about a year, at least, maybe a little bit longer. Here's what I can tell you about Arena. Here's my best guess, without going in and digging up the script. So first of all, to make basic Arena, you have, here's your map. You have a base terrain of all just forest. It's all put down. Okay. Then what happens is somebody will put a land in the center of that forest, maybe like right here, and that's considered grass. And then player bases are generated randomly with create player lands, which will sort of randomly put the player bases as like grass in. And then finally the player bases, maybe they'll be given some kind of like extra amount of land that sort of forms in the back. So they've got a base size, if you will, and then a certain land percentage that they can expand and fill up so that the actual arena portion maybe looks like a Geodude or a grenade or something like that. So we've seen this a lot. And I'm a little bit of a pleb when it comes to Krita. I'm not really an illustrator or animator. I'm an engineer by background. So let me see if I can just kind of sketch this in. Okay, so that's pretty much the setup. So base arena is good. It's wonderful. Let's make sure that we summarize some key points about it, because we're going to want to carry this over into our creation. And I just want to, you know, I really feel that this is very important, and it's something that, oops, it's something that the random map scripting community is going to have to do, and they haven't really done it yet because nobody has the sort of background in this. Okay, so yeah, I'm not much of a drawer here, but okay, blue base is here. Maybe he's got some walls, and he's got some walls in the back. And then the red player is here, and he's got his walls, right? And maybe something in the back, and maybe there are a few forests. Or that is not the right thing. Oops. Maybe there are still a few forests. Now I think actually there's the possibility of forests like spawning sort of assigned to each player. Maybe they're interrupting the walls here. So okay, so we're going to write down the base features of Arena. I think a good summary for us. Number one, ring of wood on outside. Number two, clearing of grass in center. Number three, player lands intersect wood a bit. And of course, player start with stone walls. And, all right, maybe we'll make that number 5. Because there is one more thing that I want to mention. We'll make that one number 5. Number 4 is no elevation. So what that means is that if you ever got into a scout war, that whoever got the first hit with the scout would be at an advantage, and in order to not die, you have to spend the entire game running away until you can get your scout healed. Now you could bring your scout back into your own town, and then they would have to be paying attention. But unlike other maps, no, over here. Unlike other maps, there aren't hills in the center. Oh, and of course, relics. Right, relics are super important. Something like that. Certain distance from the players. So this design was improved upon by Crosini a few years ago. So actually, we won't give Clown Arena its own setting. So we'll just say Clown Arena, and Clown Arena removed the back walls. And it also expanded base size. To promote aggression. Is there anything else that Clown Arena did that that I'm forgetting here? You guys let me know if that's the case. So I think that these changes that were made for Clown Arena are mostly good. So let me know if we missed anything for the upgrade from base arena to Clown Arena. Now, did he expand base size or reduce the central clearing? I'm not sure. That's a great question. So maybe maybe the bases were sort of pulled closer to the center and the size of that central clearing was decreased, allowing you to have more room in the back to build. That is a possibility. But either way, perhaps it would be more accurate to state that the amount of space in the center relative to the amount of space inside your base is smaller. But that is an important distinction. So we're going to make Super Arena now. So we want to retain probably the majority of these features, I would say, right? In general, they're all good things. They're all defining characteristics of the map. So let's see. See if we can use a roller. All right, let's do it, guys. Oops. Try to make a square shape here. It's kind of fun, the things you can do with Krita. All right. There's probably a much more appropriate brush for this process, but uh-oh. We accidentally triggered the eraser again. Okay, so we're going to make our map similar. Okay, we're going to put the forest down first as our base terrain. Let's go back to the pen. So the map, as it's being generated, will start out with just base terrain of forest. Same as traditional arena, right? But our objective is to spice up arena team games a bit. So we'll have an elliptically shaped clearing in the center. Now, we have to be careful because an elliptically shaped clearing in the center, what it will essentially do is we reduce the pen size and sketch the bases again. What it will essentially do, imagine that we have, let's buff that up. So imagine that we have blue, and then we need to make this a slightly different shade of green. Green, and then teal, and then this is just a really bad sketch, isn't it? And gray. And then red. It's a bad red. Red, yellow, purple, and orange. The current, hey USA Philippe. So we're designing Super Arena here. We're talking about all the things, all the features that we want to add to this map. So if we have Super Arena where the players had an elliptical starting pattern, then that would mean that the pockets, that this distance, on average, oops, that's a cool color, but it's not the one I wanted. Let's just do black. That this distance would suddenly be less than what it normally would be, right? There would be a reduction between the spacing of the pockets. Because right now in Team Game Arena, it seems like the meta for the pocket to either boom up Or maybe he'll make a force of mobile units and send them across and attack the flank with the other guy. Exactly. The rush distance would be smaller. So by introducing that elliptical pattern here, there is the possibility that the enemy team could have their pocket do some kind of crazy monk rush or pike siege push or something like that on your pocket. And that would have to be something that your team scouts for, looks for the buildings, looks to see what resources they're on, looks to see if there are forward villagers, etc. And that kind of variety is a good thing for a map. It's the kind of thing that makes the players adapt. And when players have to adapt, they are proving their strategic mettle. It's not just about executing some perfect macro of some, 100 pop Khmer boom and be Imperial Age within 28 minutes kind of skill level. It's, okay, you might have the mechanics to be able to achieve all that, but if you're not paying attention and your opponent suddenly uses this strategy that's now more viable because that distance is smaller so he can get his buildings up in time without being scout rushed by everybody's scouts and stuff like that, then you're going to get punished for it, and you should be punished for it. So we're going to make an arena that opens that up as a possibility. So the first thing that we want is we want to make sure that we've got that elliptical clearing. Now, we don't want to just have one ellipse size, right? We want to have multiple possibilities. Maybe we do want a more circular clearing, something like that, or maybe we want more extreme of an ellipse, something. So I kind of have sketched like what looks like a basketball here, or the lines of longitude on a globe. But the idea that there would also be some variation to the size of that ellipse could make that pike siege rush from pocket less practical. Maybe if it were perfectly circular, as is essentially the case with base arena, you wouldn't do it, and maybe you would pick your civ with the intention of doing that pike siege push, but then decide, you know what, the spacing is too much after I'm exploring this map, I'm going to do something different. Those are all good things, and they're the types of considerations that make some people that make you good at this game, in my opinion. So in addition to having an elliptical shape, so we're going to have elliptical clearing of varying aspect ratio. So the number of different aspect ratios or eccentricities that our elliptical clearing can have will be limited by the next one, which is file size. File size probably less than 1 point or 2 point, yeah, I'm going to say 2.5 megabytes. So if our file starts getting more than 2.5 megabytes, then we're going to be in trouble because it's just not going to load. People are not going to wait for everybody to join the lobby and load. And unfortunately, DE's file transfer rates are Stone Age, and it can take a long time to transfer something that's only 2.5 megabytes. Even though you consider the amount of data that's being transferred per second, when you're playing a multiplayer game, you got all the different units running across all the screen, different things doing different places on the minimap. It's probably more than 2.5 megabytes. A lot more, but it's about a rate. Anyway, point is, because of the limitations of the game, we can't really make a map that's more than 2.5 megabytes because people are not going to wait in the lobby for the map to transfer over to everybody. So why does this matter, though? Why are we thinking about file size? Why is this on our radar? Well, turns out I've done it before. See, the thing is that the random map scripting engine is too stupid to have variables. It just can't. So that means that every possibility that you want to have in this map, every size of ellipse, every different every different feature has to be pre-computed and written into the DNA of the script file. If it is not pre-computed and written into the DNA of the script file as a possible choice, it will not do it. So In other words, all of the information that we could need to make every possible version of this map will not be computed by the game, but has to be written into the script file and interpreted by the game that then puts it on a map. So 2.5 megabytes doesn't sound like a lot, but it's probably about 4, maybe 6 different iterations or versions, if you will, of this ellipse. So in addition to the ellipse opening that way, there's the possibility that this whole thing could be rotated 90 degrees, and the ellipse could open up the other way. And that's something that players are going to have to explore as well, although they're probably going to know based on the locations of their team. But we will include that anyway in case, man, I don't know, maybe there's some community out there that likes to play free-for-alls on some rogue map scripters creations. So we'll leave that as a possibility for them. So that's why the files you sent me were full of ifs. This, then, that's for land positions. Yes. Because you cannot tell it to, like, if you can't tell it to calculate the land positions. And that's the next point here, is custom player lands. Custom player land creation. So the random placement that is currently used in DE is fantastic. It does a really good job, and it's very robust, and the players can't screw it up with the settings that they pick in the lobby. But it has one huge disadvantage, and that is that in order to use create player lands, you must accept that the players will have a circular arrangement to map center. If you want to do anything other than that, you cannot use create player lands. You must use direct placement. Custom player land creation using direct placement. Oops. So every possible location that somebody could ever be is going to have to, again, be pre-computed and written into the DNA of the script. So considering that create player lands probably has thousands of possible player configurations, that's a lot of memory, and that's a lot of data. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to, well, we'll set that aside. So we're gonna create these custom player lands using direct placement, and they will have an elliptical pattern to match the elliptical shape of the arena, which we have designed because we want to see a variation in play from traditional arena, and we believe that that elliptical shape will be healthy for this map and this community. So because we're tugging at one thing in nature, we find it attached to everything else. I can't be the first person that's thought of an elliptical shape arena, right? And the implications on competitive play that it might have. Not a chance. I'm simply not that creative. I am the first person to bite the bullet and do all of the coding to make that possible. So it's hard. That's why no one's done it before, and we're going to do it today. We're going to use a lot of the functions that I've already written. So the players are going to be arranged in an elliptical pattern here, and player locations will be random to within probably like 50 or so, 50-ish possibilities. So you have 50 different player starting configurations. I think that's good enough. What else? Well, you know, what I was thinking was we're going to have to, we can make this perfect, beautiful ellipse, right? But we still want to create areas of, we still want to create little pockets back here for players to have a little bit more room to build, right? So something like that. So we're going to need matching pockets of land behind the player lands. And we're going to need, let's retain the removal of back walls. And you know what? As number 7 here, trying to fit it in, what do you guys think of this? Hills. Now, I know what you're thinking. Hills, right? Arena doesn't have hills. You can't do that. Hey, Jaws00. How's it going? So, I get it, okay? It's Arena. Arena has no hills, but hear me out. If you fail to get the first hit with your scout, then you basically have to run home. There's nothing else you can do. He has an advantage over you. But if you have a hill, you can position your scout above the other scout on the higher elevation of the hill and hit back and do more damage while he does less. And so it's one more thing that you got to pay attention to. Now, the reason that hills were never added to Arena, despite the competitive advantage, I miss hills on Arena? Wait, that was a thing? That was a thing, Jaw00? Hills on Arena actually happened? I didn't know anything about that. Exactly. You don't want them in front of players' bases. It will repress gameplay options a lot and reduce chances of comebacks after aggro. Exactly. So what we have to be able to figure out how to do is to be able to make hills that will allow a comeback for a scout, but do not allow a hill to be within range of a player's walls, right? Because if some player has a hill in front of his walls, let's say that there's a hill right here, okay? Somebody else can find that hill and build a tower on it and do bonus damage to the enemy's units, or to your units, to your walls. Like if there's a hill and villagers can shank the wall, then they'll do more damage. So it could make things very snowbally to have a hill that's close enough to your stone walls in your town that an opponent is getting massive bonus damage from that, and you're getting damage penalty on him in return. So the hills would all have to be localized out of range of everybody's walls. And that can be done. So with base arena, I believe the reason it is not done is because there is no way to control the location of these hills. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a little bullseye, if you will, in the center that we might consider adding small numbers of hills to. And we'll see how it looks. We'll experiment with it. But I want us to have the possibility of small numbers of hills in the center of the map. So Tatars are at least like 4 out of 10 viable instead of like 2 out of 10. Tatars are an absolutely terrible arena civ. but maybe this will help them out a little bit. So what do you guys think? Are we missing anything in the design of Super Arena? Let me know. Oops. Anything else that we need to include? Small pits rather than small hills. That's fascinating. I'm just trying to think how that would work. I like it. I like it. Hills or maybe pits. We'll write it down. We'll write it down. I think it can be done. I think we could do that, and that would be pretty cool. I knew I brought you along for a reason. That's a great idea. Okay, right. Yes, 8. Fair relics. Not a problem. But that is something that people have griped about a lot on Arena. Now I thought about doing something fun where you make the dead animal the equivalent of the like a dead bear or the dead wolf equal to a relic. But I don't think we'll do that. But it'd be fun for like a community sort of thing to make it so that whenever you kill a wolf, the wolf drops a relic. But we can definitely improve that. That doesn't depend on that. But if you guys have any like cute little quirks, let me know. Okay, so our objective with this is an elliptical clearing with a variable aspect ratio, so it's not predictable. We need to make sure that the file size is less than 2.5 megabytes. We need custom player land creation using direct placement with many options. We need player locations to be random. Oh, okay, that's where it is. Within about 50-ish possibilities, I would say. We need matching pockets of land behind player lands. So we need each player to have approximately the same amount of like extra building space back here. Oops. In case they get pressured early on so that they don't just automatically die. And we need to remove the back walls because that is an improvement that Clown Arena made that we should repeat here. We could experiment with hills or pits, maybe in the center of the map, far away from player walls, just so that scout fights are more interesting. And we'll, of course, make relics fair. So I think that's a really good list here. This is, like I said, this is the most important part of making a map script, is to have these requirements clearly defined, because scripting can take a long time. People work hard on it. And if, just because somebody doesn't make a map that doesn't meet your requirements and may not do well in a map contest, doesn't mean that they didn't script well. But that is very often something that happens in the scripting community, where some contest administrator will say, I need contest submissions for this event, and then not define what is acceptable and what's not acceptable. So they get all kinds of submissions, and they're very talented scripters that could end up on the bottom of some lists that, from a layman and public perception perspective, look bad, but actually their work was quite good. It's just it didn't fit the magical unknown requirements of the guy that was looking to solicit maps from the contest. So we got our notes here, and we're going to keep these handy. So next step would be to open up the game. So I'm going to put the pen away, take off my two-fingered sketch glove, and I want to show you guys, I think, where we go from here, the next step. So I can't actually publish mods right now. My mod center is broken, and The devs haven't gotten around to helping me fix it. They just released a new patch, so there are a lot of other more pressing bugs and such for them to address. But we'll still make it. We'll play it. We'll have people help us test it. So, all right, here we go. So I want to show you guys another map that I have. And I think that we can adapt the script for this map. Much of it has already been done. Okay, so single player, we'll go to editors here, create scenario. All right. So let's generate a large map size of Karga. Now, Karga is a map that I made for the World Desert Championship. And you'll notice a familiar pattern here. As soon as it's done generating, I should say. Oh, we should definitely allow more players. Number of players, 8 players, because we're thinking about this from a team game perspective. Okay. So here we go. Karga. We've got the ridges in the corners with stone. It's kind of like Four Lakes, but with stone, sort of. I actually don't really know exactly what it's like. And of course a relic in each corner too. A rocky ridge. You can't build up here, but look at this. There is an elliptically shaped oasis in the center of the map. And in order to match that oasis and ensure that all the players were approximately the same distance away from these wood lines, we had to develop an elliptical starting pattern as well. So we're going to start with this map. We're going to take this map. This map has a lot of things that we don't need. Like we custom computed all these hills here for like the dunes of sand. This was all pre-computed as lands. Like this wasn't done with the elevation tool because elevation is not balanced in DE the way that it's supposed to be. It's kind of buggy. And it's also hard to build TCs and stuff out here. And frankly, there really isn't much out here anyway. But we will adapt the script that we have for this. Oh, we've got the cubes. How ugly. We'll adapt the script that we have for this, or I mean how beautiful. And we're going to take this elliptical pattern and we're going to use that to create the base pocket in our arena script. So let's come over here to our workshop. My workshop. So we've got publications and we have Karga. The cubes are a bit disorienting. Oh man, I have a hard time understanding. Okay, we've got, looks like we've got the program here, Karga v4, and we have the script. So Karga not square, and we have the write-up. So let's take this and let's copy this. And we'll come over here and we're going to create a new folder. And we're going to call this folder Super Arena, maybe. Oh, Super Arena. Oh, where is it? All right, come here. Rename Super Arena. There we go. See, the game doesn't make sense to me unless it's in cubes anymore. Okay. So I want you guys to notice the file size here for Karga. It's about 2.6 megabytes. So we'll be looking for a similar file size. Now, even if we do a really good job and we get this to come in at 1.1 megabytes or something like that, we might still add more variation to increase the file size just for the sake of adding more variation. All right, so we're going to rename this from Karga v4 to Super Arena. And we're going to rename this one Super Arena as well. All right. Now, close that. Close this. And let's back out of that. And let's bring up the script file here. So this is our new script file. We're going to go in and change the names for it and everything. And we're going to gut a bunch of things that we don't want. And I might rename it from Super Arena to something else. But for now, it's Super Arena. Unless you guys have a better name. Super Arena. Random map script by Techturia. Today's date, 5/11/22. So player terrains are all number 14. Don't know what that is. Get rid of that. We'll get rid of this. We don't need a regicide conditional yet. All right, thanks, Branther. Yeah, we need those guys to buy in on this and want to try it out, provide feedback. So I just called it Super Arena for now, but I don't have any strong feelings about it. So we're going to get rid of these. We're going to, get rid of a lot of this stuff. We don't need a lot of this. We'll get rid of the elevation generation. We'll get rid of terrains. Okay. Objects we'll get rid of. So base terrain we're going to change to forest. And we've got some manually specified lands, which we're going to get rid of. Land auto scribe. And we need to keep this because our program's going to be looking for this. But we're going to get rid of everything below it. It's a lot of lines, actually. Click and drag. Come on. You know what? To heck with it. That's going to take forever. So instead, we're gonna take what we want, cut it, Control A, delete, paste it back. All right. So we basically have a blank slate here. The only difference is that we kept base terrain, which is forest, and direct placement. Agrena? Ooh. That could be fun. That's kind of witty, actually. All right, we're going to call it Agrena then for now. So save it. Close this. Agrena. Oops. Come on. All right, agrena.rms, and we're going to rename this one agrena.m. I like it. Okay. So now let's come back here, and assuming that this is all, yeah, that's all saved up. Let's come back over here to editors, and we should be able to find Agrina here. And we'll just make sure that we set this to all forest terrain. I can't find it. I think we might have to restart the game. But you never used to have to do this. All right. Restart the game real quick. Sorry about that. So eggrena.rms. So the size is only 1 kilobyte, so it's quite small. It should load very quickly, and we'll get it set up most of the way how we want it, and then we'll just add the variation to it. Yeah, that's nice. You're a bunch of heroes. All right. So that's that. What do you mean Age of Empires is already running? No, it's not. Now, there's another big part of this puzzle, and that is the actual MATLAB code, or GNU Octave code that's computing all of this stuff. So we'll need to launch that too. That's going to be the biggest complexity that we'll have to deal with. All right. Okay. So we'll just go like a large size, and we should have it in here now. What? Is it just me, or is this not appearing? There it is. All right, I got it. I'm just blind. Okay, there we go. Bunch of trees, and that's it. So that's fine. So let's see here. We don't need the mountains in the corner, so let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of all of this. Generating the sand dunes, we don't need that. Angular orientation of various shapes. I would like to keep that for now. The aspect ratio. Lego Arena. So the aspect ratio we're just going to replace with 0.5 for now, which is just going to be, the way that it's defined is just going to be a perfect circle. And then we'll modify that later. And we got terrain here, and it's a really big, long vector, and we're going to get rid of most of it. And each of these is kind of means a different ring on the outside. So the further out you go, the bigger the rings are. And we're going to replace that with G. Just like that. We'll otherwise keep how it works. We don't need that. Okay. Spacing between layers is 2. That's fine. We're not going to worry about signature for now. And we're not going to worry about this for now, actually. So we're just going to have LPM exp. And that. Okay. These functions are what create the ellipse here. We've got the square root of some number squared minus x squared, and that is equal to y. Raw land is equal to r. Create player lands. And we're literally invoking the aspect ratio here when we're creating those player lands. So we've got this command for it already. And it looks like we're giving different possibilities of 175, 180, 185 between the different players. So this is all going to be really simple, and we'll just run this and mess with the numbers so you guys will see. That's CPL. I'm gonna, what's the difference between these two anyway? I'll keep it. I'll keep it. Okay. And I think that we're basically good to go on this. So we'll get rid of this too. So we removed all signature references. So we'll run this real quick. This should generate an elliptically shaped pocket of grass in the center of this this forest here. It should actually generate 2. So let us simplify this as well, and we'll let the angle be 0. And then as we get it, as it's working, we'll expand it, because otherwise we'll just be increasing the number of computations that we do for something that may or may not work. All right, so let's run that. Should run pretty quick. Looks like it generated, oh, forgot to get rid of all the sigcoms. It's in line 54. All right, we get rid of that. Run it again. RMS processor v2. Oh, right, that's an obsolete function. What RMS processor are we on now? I think it's like we're on v4. Yep. Oh. Changed the wrong one. All right. Let's run it. That's a different function. We're only on version 2 for that. All right, so within 3.5 seconds, it runs. Let's generate. All right, so here we go. We got, interesting, there's a little bit of elevation here. Not sure where that's coming from. I don't think we're elevating that necessarily. So number 1, not big enough. So let's make it bigger. Also, what elevation are we telling this to be at? Oh, look at that. I think we're actually telling it to be at elevation. No, we're telling it to be at elevation 0. What? Let's go into the script and look and see. Terrain type G. Oh, right, we haven't defined that terrain type. Let's do that now. And I think grass is 5, if I remember correctly. Let's go take a look. AoE 2 terrains. No, leaves are 5. Grass is actually 0. Oops. I guess that makes sense. It's the most fundamental thing. Yes, thank you. make sure that we define that. Maybe it's getting a little confused with like the elevation and stuff. All right. So these are all the lands that are doing that. It's computing that, it's writing that automatically here. And then it looks like it's also doing player lands too. Although the player land type is not defined. Let's define those player lands as well. Oh, whoops, we deleted them. All right, what are we using? PT. All right, so we want PTs 1 through 8, player terrain. Okay. Zero. Okay, so PT 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then we'll get rid of this. So make sure that we got that all defined. And let us increase the number of rings here by increasing the number of G's. So it'll do more. Take a little longer though, but that's fine. 10 seconds instead of 3.5. All right, that looks pretty good. Not quite perfect, but close. Still a little bit small though, I would say. So let us also, what's going on with that? We did set R as 0.5. Maybe I just need to set this to 1. I mean, it would make sense. I don't know why I thought 0.5 would be correct. So let's give that a try. We'll set it equal to 1. We still have this variable named Oasis Terrain. We should rename it Pocket Terrain or something. Okay, so 1 is indeed the perfect circle. This looks a bit small though, but we could also introduce variation to this. Let us add like 6 more of these or something like that. And we're going to have clearing terrain. We're going to have clearing terrain, and you know what? We're going to rename like the first few of them to R. Okay, this should be about maybe a little less than half that, the size of that radius, if you will. And we'll come up here and we'll define R. And dirt is number 6. It's quite small like this for team games. Yep. So I have expanded it. Oops. Length, clearing terrain, since we no longer have an oasis here. But we could absolutely make that radius actually a variable. That could be another thing that is not well established. So people have to scout and adapt. Okay, it's all set, about 25 seconds. And let's Well, that's no fun. So does it do that on the other sizes too? So on Tiny, it does not do that. There are these random spots here. Oh, these must be the player lands. Yes, that's what that is. So what do you think, Marintho? You think this is a little bit large in proportion to the map? Or you think this is just right? We are going to have to get rid of this. Just trying to think if there's a good terrain trick. This is a touch too big? All right. So we can deal with that. If you need bases plus a back base. So we'll get rid of 2 of these rings, and we'll see how that works. We'll get the size that we want. Now, let's go into this create player lands, and let's just read the definitions here. Base elevation, base size, delta, offset. Oh, okay. So base elevation needs to be 0. That's where the elevation was coming from. Actually, we'll make it 1. We'll make all of the elevations of this except for, yeah, we'll make these 0. That's fine. But we will elevate the player bases, and then we'll actually elevate the grass as well, and then we'll elevate some of the dirt, but not all of it. And we're going to make base size larger, perhaps like 9. And we'll give that a try. Okay. And we sort of have pre-selected player land, if you will, here, or parameters, I should say, for the player lands. Okay. A little bit smaller. We got that same annoying little strip here, which we're going to have to deal with. But it looks like this is a little small for player base, and we could do to pull this in a bit as well. How is the size of this circle though? Is this an appropriate size circle? Or maybe it's too large or too small. Don't worry about these for now. We can get rid of those. Let's come over here in the meantime into elevation generation. And we'll just create elevation 1. And we'll go terrain type forest. I think this is fine. All right. And we'll get that elevated so it looks all pretty and stuff as we're reviewing, because I like pretty. And let's come over here to, I don't know. Publications. Come back over here to Karga, and actually we'll pull up some of our syntax from the other map. Okay. Create elevation 1, base terrain, forest, land percent 100. All right, so we got that. We've added that. So now the entire forest should be elevated. Doesn't look like it. What am I doing wrong here? Let's just do number of tiles. A gazillion. All right, that's much better. So now we'll also elevate the grass. And then we'll do little pits. Base terrain, grass. It's not playing nice, Marintho. So, we will set that grass to be elevation 1 when we're generating the lands. I was afraid of that. That's okay, though. So, that's not a problem. Clearing terrain, and we're going to make ourselves another vector here, or yeah, another array, I should say. And we're going to have clearing elevation. Clearing elevation. And we're going to have so the dirt is all going to be at elevation 0. So everywhere we see an R, we're going to put it 0. So all the dirt will be at 0. You know, I don't want it to be dirt. I kind of want it to be mud. Because you get muds out of pits, right? Dirt just seems kind of, dry. So we're gonna say M for mud. Okay. And more mud. More mud. Mud is going to be at elevation 0. And the grass will be at elevation 1. Okay. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we got 7. Oh, we don't want these quotation marks. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so they both have the same length, and that's important. And now we'll come down here and we'll copy this. And we'll paste it here, except we'll say clearing elevation instead. So it'll take the appropriate elevation and plug that in place. Now, how did we do with the base size? I think the base size could grow a bit. Either that or we can reduce the radius. Let's grow the base size by 2. And the radius is R. That's 1 before the eccentricity. So 0.9 times the max of A. Let's make it 0.8. So the radius is adaptive, which makes sense why I would do that. Okay, and let's run this. See where we're at. Well, well, how about that? It's not too shabby, in my opinion. Oh, we'd never defined the mud. Let's do that. So constant M, I believe, is 76. Yep. And we could elevate this too. In fact, we'll elevate most of it probably. Create elevation 1, base terrain, mud for M. And number of tiles, maybe 1,000 instead. So something like this. What do you think? So that's giant. Multiple smaller pits. So I've elevated this to create a lot of small pits. What do you mean, Marintho? Let's go down to tiny. See how it looks on tiny. Sometimes elevation changes depending on map size. It acts funny. So for objects, for now, we're going to begin objects autoscribe. And then we'll also end objects autoscribe. And that'll be for our computer program later. Oops. Okay. Create object. Pits of like 10 to 25 tiles in size with some resources in them gives a pit of a golden pit effect, though not as radical. Although this is intriguing too, what you made. Yeah, and we could do a better job with this elevation. Elevation is pretty weak. Let me try, for instance, saying like 4 clumps or like 2 clumps. And number of tiles 100. Or rather, like, let's make 6. So we could change the clump numbers. This could be worked on and sort of played with manually. Yeah, so something like this on tiny size doesn't really affect it too much. Need a few more clumps to make it 12 and 200 maybe. Make it look all right. Yeah, so something kind of like that. I don't know. We'll leave this as it is for now. Let us come over here and create object walls. Set place for every player. Oops. Just because I want to get this sketch in. Min distance to players. What is it? 11. Max distance to players. 12. Something like that. I don't think this is going to work. I think I have to do something special. Yeah, nothing. Unless I'm doing this wrong. It's supposed to be the other way around. Or maybe walls isn't a thing. Let me look it up on the random app scripting server. Real quick. Okay. How people normally do walls. You changed min to be higher than max. Walls need to be... Oh, okay. I still don't see any walls appearing. I'm not used to doing the walls code. I know it's really simple, though. It's not walls, it's wall. Okay. And let's see what this renders. I'm skeptical that this is going to work. All right. So it's got that glitch where if it's the first object that's created, it does one player in the center of the map. So let's also increase this a bit to like 14. And we will create an object before this. And we will create object like gold or something. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I don't care. This is just to get that stupid bug to go away. Let's see here. What's a good neutral object that we can yank here? Creating neutral stone. Yeah, that's fine. So we'll copy this and we'll do this. We'll place it on mud. Set guy object only, number of groups, min distance group placement, number of objects 1. Actually, we'll leave min distance. It's fine. Temp min distance group placement of like 8. And this is, again, we're not serious about this. This is just to get that bug to go away. Let's get rid of that. Okay. 36 groups. You need to set a TC first, or it will be buggy. You're saying it's a TC? The TC is the issue? All right, well, we'll try this since I've already got this set up. Yeah, you're right. We got all those stones in the middle, and it's still not happy. All right. Create object, town center. Set place for every player, and find closest. Yep, you're right. It needs the town center. Okay. Well, what do you think? Is this starting to look a little bit more like Arena? It's a reasonable distance. We could even, we could put patches of forest here. Heck, it doesn't matter. Good call, though, Marintho. We're not going to do much more with the objects because we have a better way of creating objects than sort of clumsily manually putting it in. But I think I will increase the size of the walls a bit. Maybe to like 16. Yeah, this is basically Arena with no back base and some weird mud. Yep. It all starts somewhere. All right, so 16. Okay, it looks like this player is actually a little bit closer to the center than the other player, and his wall has actually got a downhill. And the bases are a bit small. Yes. All right, we'll make the base a little bit larger then. So let's come back here, and we'll increase this maybe to 13. We'll save that. And we need there to be a little bit less mud, I think, and more grass. So we'll put maybe 2 more grasses in place of the mud and go like 1 and 1. And remember, this is still perfectly circular. Oh, what variation are we using? What is our delta here? It's our third input. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, nope. So it is plus or minus 0, Cartesian coordinate-wise. So that's good. Base is perhaps a little bit better. Size is a bit more appropriate. So let's go on to large size with 8 players and see how it looks. So these are your enemies. Interesting. These people, we're still getting the same little slip here, which is unfortunate. So we can fix that. It's just annoying. All right. So what should we tackle next? We should probably get these to go away, and let us group the teams a little bit better too. So let us work on the team placement now. So what do we got? Oh, all right. Let us get rid of this variation, and then we'll introduce the variation later. So 45, we'll have them be exactly across from each other for now. The angle is right. And just for the sake of curiosity, let us change this aspect ratio now. And let's make this like 0.8. Introduce a slight egg shape already. So, got those modifications. And then we'll increase the variance later. Oh, the grouping factor, right. So I got a question for you, Marintho. Are the players grouped? Like, is there a preference in Arena to be closer to your pocket than you are to your enemy flank, for example? What's your gut feeling on that? Because we have that is available. I believe that the grouping, the team bias is the 7th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's the 7th. I don't think so. All right, then we'll leave it at 0. We'll run this and see how it looks. Because we could also introduce that as a source of variation. And we're going to do the back base as well. And we're gonna get rid of this sliver here too. So overall, my impression is that this circle isn't quite large enough. This radius needs to be a bit bigger. That's the impression that I get, anyway. At 0.9, perhaps. And let's see what we can do about... Yeah, all right, the sliver of forest isn't there this time. It'll probably be back, though. But yes, this does seem a bit small. The players are too close this way. Yep. So let's make sure that we get all that balanced out, fitted properly. Oh, we did add that aspect ratio here too. I guess it should probably show. Bit better. So now what happens if we go to tiny size? Of course, we got tiny size and we got the player bases being a certain size, so it's we need to reduce the number of players. But that would happen on Tiny Arena anyway, so I'm not too worried about that. What do you think? You can sort of see that it's egg-shaped. So 8-player map size now, going back to 8 players. The pockets are indeed closer to each other. I feel like we should expand it a little bit. Tweak it just slightly. Maybe give two more layers of grass. The middle terrain is too small. I agree. We need to expand the middle terrain. So that's what I'm doing here. Make sure I get it right. And we'll push. Yeah, so we'll give that a try. I'll be right back. Step away real quick. All right, I'm back. It's run. Thanks for sticking with me. Let's check and see how it looks, if it looks right. Ooh. We could have a winner here. I think the player bases could be expanded slightly in size. Or maybe this looks okay. This is how it should be? All right, good. Then in that case, we'll add the back base. Close, but not too close. So we'll leave it like this for now. And in order to do the back base, we want to make sure that the back base is the same for everybody. So if we just gave a land percent to these player bases, then they could expand backward, but I'm also concerned that they could expand forward into our center area. I like to imagine, by the way, that this muddy area is actually the yolk of the egg. This is okay as long as there's enough back base. So where's my... Possibility is actually to... Where is it? Here we go. To like change the land percent to something like 5 or... Yeah. So I'll just change this one so you can see. If I do that, player 8, who is orange, will then have land growth behind his base, kind of like this, right? 5 is too large. Oops. But let's say that I did 2. Point is, there's a lot of variability with this. Like this expands away from his base as well, so he's got a big pocket here, and that's because that's growing off of this side, and I'm not comfortable with that. And I also don't have a convenient feature for altering this coded in, so I'd have to change my program a little bit, which I also don't want to do. So I had an idea to make all the back bases the same, and that is to create another ring out here. So that's what I want to do. going to be a little bit more complicated. And let's see, amen. But I think we can do it. So this is our inner, and this is our inner. So this is going to be our inner. Okay. So we're going to have clearing terrain and clearing elevation. And then we're going to make another one of these variables called like back base terrain. And that's just going to equal just grass, I suppose. Actually, not grass. Let's make that equal to dirt. So dirt is 6. So you'll see. So I was thinking about this, and I had this idea that this would be a good way to do it. Okay. Back base terrain is R, and we're probably going to need multiple R's. If we increment them by 2%. Okay. Something like that. And maybe we'll get 6 of these total. It's kind of like that. Okay. All right. And then let's so we've got actually the radius, the angle, and then we've got something that's generating a ring for every inner thing. So we're going to have ring inner, and then we're going to have ring outer. Ring in and out. And we're going to copy this, and we're going to paste down here. And we're going to have ring out instead. And we're going to also initialize ring out. And we don't need R1 or R2 anymore because they were just a means to an end to get R in. Ring. And okay. So this is 1 to NA, and we're going to need to find oops. So we're going to need NB, which is the length of back base terrain. So it's like base. Back base terrain. There we go. So this is going to go from 1 to NB. Okay. And we got spacing between layers. That's not going to change. A max. Okay, so this depends on so let's bring this to the top. And let's look at that. We'll copy this. And we'll come down here with it. And then we'll get rid of the back base terrain from up here. We'll get rid of NA from here. And we're going to have like B max and B. What is S? Oh, okay, S is that's fine. So B min, B max. So we're going to have A and B basically as our two. Normally, you know, A and B are like the different semi-major axes on an ellipse. But in this case, we're just going to use B to represent the second ellipse. We could also do like A2 or something. It doesn't really matter. And we're just going to go through and rename all this stuff B. Everywhere that we see an A, we got to put a B. Okay. So B max, we've got, so A max, we've got S times NA plus 1. And A min is going to go down to the negative of that. We're actually going to set this like equal to something much larger. Otherwise, let's do this like, I don't know. We're going to make this equal to like 50 for now. We'll kind of play with that number. All right. You could pull that in. Ultimately, this is kind of like the radius of the whole thing. And this will probably have to be variable depending on the orientation that we're looking at, but for now, that's what it is. All right, and the terrain type we have established. We're not going to have clearing though. We're going to have back base terrain. And you know what? Actually, we don't. Well, we'll keep it anyway. We'll keep it anyway. And back base has a capital B right there. And a capital T. Back base terrain. Back base terrain. And we're going to set this equal to the number. The number is 1 because that's going to be the elevation in the outside ring, if you will. So I just want to clarify what we're doing here. And that is that we are essentially going to add, if I can find Krita here, we're essentially going to add an elliptical ring to the outside of this. So, yeah, I think I've got the right color here. So we would add this elliptical ring around the outside, and it would be a fat ring too. So that would be the back base. So it'll start out as though all the back bases are connected by this elliptical ring. And then what we'll do is we'll then fill in the portions of the elliptical ring that are a certain distance away from the players, because that's actually a convenient command in terrain generation. You can tell it to exchange one terrain with another as long as it's a minimum distance away from the players. So if it's a certain minimum distance away, we can have it fill that in. So that's what we're going to try. Okay. And I guess just hit run and pray here. Oh. I already found a mistake. We need to put a semicolon there so it has the proper dimensions. So by making this 50, we're going to be pushing it out from the center. So we will see what that does. Okay. Back base terrain. Where? 53? Ah, no capital. Okay. All right. It's done all the computation. It's done. All right. Panic time. It's not here. It's not here at all. Where did it go? Well, let's first of all try searching for it here. We need an exact match. Here we go. So we have R appear only in one place, and it is where it is defined. So we're telling it to write backbase terrain of R, but it's not appearing, so that's telling me this number is too big. So let's try making this number 20 and see what happens. Disappearing land mystery. Well, 50 was just a swag. It was a stupid, wild-ass guess, so because I don't want to go in and derive what it's supposed to be. It's easier just to try a couple things and see what gets you close. I just know that we need to make this number more than whatever 2 times the length of this vector is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 2 times 6 is 12. So 20 minus 12 is 8. So I don't think 20 is going to be enough, but we'll see. But we should have that ring appear. Okay. One more thing we can do. Actually, let's check to see if R is appearing yet. Nope. All right. New plan. We're going to actually go in and specify the minimum and then let the maximum be derived. So I think this is probably more intelligent anyway. So B min and we're putting the players at what? 0.9 times the max of A. So B min is going to be equal to maybe 1.1 times the max of A. I think that could be fine. Times the max of A. All right, and then so A max is going to be equal to, or B max, I should say, is going to be equal to B min plus big S, which is the thickness of each ring, times NB. And we'll try that. That should be a lot more intelligent. It's probably what we should have done in the first place. Call ourselves a map scripter. Okay. Let's run that. Because really the minimum is what we care about. We want it to be a little bit beyond where the player lands are, and we want it to form this complete ring, and then have some thickness associated with the number of entries that we put in that vector. So it's better this way. This is the right thing to do. Hopefully we didn't miss something else. Hopefully it works so that we can move on and solve another problem. Okay. Still not appearing. So let us search for R. Searched far and wide and it does not appear. So what's going on? So let us take a look at the raw land and see if it appears in there. Well, hold on. So we've got the inner ring and the outer ring. So our in has a bunch of stuff. our out doesn't have much. But the amount that it has should be proportionate. All right, yeah. That's nice, that's nice. Okay, so Rn of, let's say, 1 comma colon. So, yes, so these are the coordinates, this is the terrain type, and this is the elevation. So it has that kind of information. Now our out of 1 comma colon should have similar information. What? Okay, all right, so it's using R for dirt. Back-base terrain, clearing terrain. Wait. Okay. Yeah, so B-min is chosen based on the maximum of A at this time. Let's see what B is. 1 to 35. Oh. B is equal to B-min to B-max, not A-min to A-max. Okay. Hopefully that was the bug, that was the error. Okay, another error. So let's see what B is. So it's having a problem with the land generation. Land scribe, line 50. Agrina at line 61. So this is where it's having an issue. Dx is undefined. So what is negative b of I and b of I? So you should be able to go from 38.5, and you shouldn't have anything undefined here. Wait. Why is this thickness 2? The brush thickness should all be 1. We could give that another try. I think that's a typo. Yeah, I didn't think that would solve the problem. So it's failing to generate a land, essentially. So let us try do like 1.4 times the max of A. Change the number slightly. So it's doing the first one. Oh, it looks like it's going to work now. All right. Must have been a touchy area for it. All right, so it finishes after about a minute. Now it should work. Okay, bam. So the problem with this is that it doesn't fully encompass all of the players here, even though it's supposed to be the same shape, which is sort of interesting. So I think that the solution here is to expand the size of the player base just a little bit more. So I think that's what we're going to do. But this is indeed the effect that we wanted to produce. We also want to specify that these walls, let's just check this real quick. Terrain to place on should be grass. And they don't care. This is actually, this is similar actually to the fortified clearing and arena section. Yes, except we're going to be filling this space in. This is also probably maybe a little bit thick. I don't know. We'll see. We'll come back, and this isn't going to work, which I didn't think it was going to work, but that's fine. Walls don't care about terrain restrictions. I found that out the hard way. Oh, we'll get it. That was just, I was checking to see if we could use that as the technique for getting rid of the back wall. Okay, so let's try making this 1.3, pulling it in, and then we'll get rid of one of these R's too, I think, because it was looking a little thick. And the last thing that we'll do is we'll increase the base size slightly to 14. Just a little tweaks. We'll run it again. But yeah, I did see the fortified clearing and arenaception maps. I guarantee you they're not made like this, but it's a similar idea. So we definitely want these lands to intersect with every single one of these player lands here. And we should be able to manage that. Oh, again, it fails. It's very, very fickle about what it can do and what it can't do. All right, well, let's try Let's try an even number for good luck. So maybe it doesn't like the odd numbers. Should probably dig into it and understand it a little bit better. It was a long time ago that I made this. Okay, it's all set. Let's check it out. I like it. It looks good. It sort of intersects the player town center a little bit, but that's all right. It's stuff we can clean up later. Now, watch this trick. These shapes are very aesthetically pleasing. Yeah, I know. I love the green. I think the green is probably my favorite, but the gray isn't too bad. All right. So let's come up over here to terrain, and we'll copy just a random terrain section out of another map. Here we go. We're going to create terrain, and we're going to make forest. And the land percent is going to be 100, number of clumps 9320. Base terrain is going to be R for dirt. And set scale by groups, that's fine. Clumping factor 100. And we don't need any of that. However, we're going to qualify this as like spacing to other terrain types, maybe. We could actually try this, honestly. This could work. Of 3. So, voila. We've got a little bit of back base here. Perhaps if we messed with that number a bit, we would have more back base. So like 10. The other option is avoidance to player start areas. I think it's set avoid player start areas. Is that the right terminology? Let's bring up the scripting guide. Set avoid player start areas. Okay, so that is correct. Set avoid player start areas 13. See how that works. It's somehow comforting to know that an experienced scripter also goes back to this guide. Oh, yeah, it's no-brainer. The guide is fantastic. I mean, Zetnus uses it all the time. That's why he made it. He didn't make it for you. He made it for him. To help him, you know, keep track of everything and all the knowledge and documenting all this stuff in a single place, very comprehensive, that you can go. All right. Let's get rid of the clumping factor. Set avoid player start areas by like 20, perhaps. But it absolutely should not be doing this. I don't know why it's... Okay, maybe I just need a bigger number. I don't know. I was counting. I was pretty sure that was 13. 13 is the default. Yes. So let us make that a little bit larger then. Let's keep dialing this up. So everybody gets some back base. So 30 is too large, because we don't want the players to be connected. And it actually might be dependent on the map size, which we could do. And we could also increase the thickness of this, which we probably should do, to give them more back base. So I'll tell you what, let's decrease it to like 26. Hey, thanks USA Philippe. It's nowhere near ready yet. Well, you know, we've done the hard stuff. We've done the hard stuff. Let's increase the thickness of this dirt now. Or we could change it back to 1.4, but I think we need to increase the thickness. So what we got, 5 here. Let's increase the thickness to, well, you know, let's make it 1.4 again. And then we'll increase the thickness slightly too, from like 5 to 8. And that's what takes so long, is just all these little tweaks to make sure stuff looks right. I never go in and, you know, pre-calculate how it's supposed to look and everything, or what the numbers I need are to get it to look the way that I want it to look. I just change them until it looks the way that I want. And then what we'll do is we'll put invisible placeholders on the dirt, and we'll make the walls avoid those. So we don't have to have dirt here. We could actually make this like grass too. We'll make it very similar to the starting, to the player lands. Oops. What's going on with my mouse? My mouse has been acting up lately. Where is my mouse? Okay, there it is. Let's take a look. We're still computing. Let me get my mouse pad and throw that down. Real quick, guys. All right. Okay. What happened there? So what happens when we peel back this terrain command? Okay, so we're not getting the proper intersection here the way that we need to. So the thickness of this should be increased. Or we can mess with the egg shape slightly, but I don't really want to do that. So let's increase the egg size instead. Let's add 4 more. And that will pull the egg shape further in. That will pull, oops, where is it? That'll pull this line inwards a little bit, which is what we want. So I'll be right back. I'm going to refill my water. Marintho, you're in charge. All right, sorry about that, guys. I'm back. The water itself did not require very long to refill, but there were freshly baked cookies downstairs, and I was seduced by them. Let's make sure that it ran. Okay, it did. It took about 2 minutes to run. It's still Oh, you know what? Did I forget something? Yeah, we're setting them in, so of course we're not going to change it. We need to go back to that. All right. Sorry about that. So it looks like we know that 1.2 and 1.4 will work. So we'll go back to 1.2. We'll get the slight intersection with this, and then we'll tell it to avoid player start areas by a certain distance. Create forest. And then we've got this arena area in the middle, which we can play with. I really wish I could set it to something in between. It seems like that would be practical. Okay. Still crunching the numbers. So we've got a weird muddy area in the middle where you could pick fights with scouts and maybe not necessarily lose if they got the first hit. We're not necessarily going to put stone here. That was just kind of a test. In fact, we should probably get rid of it. Okay, it's scrambling the commands. And I want to take a look at what B is, just out of curiosity. They're whole numbers. You're really into these Scout Wars, aren't you? No, not really. It was just somebody brought that up as a weakness of Arena, and I couldn't refute it. And that really bothered me. All right. Okay. So let's go back and add that terrain back in. Hmm. What do you think? Is it enough back base, or do the players need more? The players that have less, forward, less walls, tend to have more back base, whereas a player with more stuff coming out has less back base. So, honest opinion, what do you think, Marintho? I'm just sort of looking at this overhang here. Do we need a little bit more? You're thinking? We can always, don't worry about this wall here. Can always get that to go away. In fact, let's do that right now. Let's come up here. While Marintho is thinking. I think it's a bit too little. All right. Clowns delete those walls anyway. That's true. Egg Rena, says Akel. Yeah, exactly. So I'm not counting those. Okay. So we need a little bit more of this back base here. We've got this elliptical shape. We've got, welcome, welcome, Echo. We've got pockets that start a little bit closer to the enemy pocket. So it could incentivize more aggression from the pockets instead of just booming. But we need a better / more reliable way of increasing the size of this back base here. And I don't want to use land percent because that land can grow anywhere. Who knows where that land could grow? So we need a little bit more. Well, I don't really want to increase the distance to other players. How much stone is in those piles in the middle? Oh, yeah, this stone isn't going to be here, Akel. It's just we were testing something. But this is going to be reworked with terrains per piece. I mean, yeah, this isn't going to be here. It's just this little pit area is here, just so that if you get into a scout war, you don't have to run home necessarily. That's it. And we also needed our egg to have a yolk. Stone was a trick that didn't work. Yeah, Marintho's idea worked. But the stone was my idea and it didn't work. Alright, let's go back to maybe spacing other terrain types. Maybe that would be a better... Spacing other terrain types of like 10. You get a feel for how both of them work. Okay. You know, this isn't too bad. Spacing other terrain types of like 8. Except it's looking at this grass right here and it's saying, oh, I need to be a certain distance away from that. So what if we did like spacing other terrain types 8? Still not quite. But I do think it's better. 6 maybe? And that's basically about where we were, where we started at. You tell it to avoid player start areas as well, but I'm not really sure what advantage that would bring. Except I think maybe avoid player start areas is inherently circular. Yeah, some of the players don't have fair back bases because most of their base is more forward anyway. The flank is kind of more jutting out into the arena, whereas the pockets... 6 is basically what we had. 7 would still work, I think. Can you try 7? Yes. The other thing, too, is this is going to have to work across all map sizes. So we might do some conditional or something. Now, 7 is not quite there. Eight is the number. 6 is the number, sorry. Wrong direction. Well, in the meantime, let me do something here. Let's get rid of this stone. It's not doing anything. And we're going to have the wall after objects autoscribe. Except we need to give this bracket back. Here we go. So we're going to create object on grid. Set Gaia unconvertible. Terrain to place on, dirt, and we're going to want temp min distance group placement. We're actually going to do flag A for now. We're going to do like temp min distance group placement of like 4, and then we're going to give it actor area 9999, actor area radius of 5, and then we're going to say to these walls, avoid actor area. Avoid actor area 5. Or actor area 9999. Okay. So we should be able to get these walls to be away from the dirt. Well, I don't know where the flag A is. Oh, there's probably one of them somewhere. We didn't specify a number. So as far as we know, it's making only one. Number of groups. 9320. Set scaling to map size. There we go. No. What is that? So create object town center. This, I don't know why this is happening. Interesting map concept, yeah. Mega boom. I tell you, walls are so buggy. Okay, what if we did this? And so there was no mention of actor areas at all. It's still not creating the flags. It should be. All right, one sec. Let us grab some other flags from somewhere else. We could set place for every player. Could try that instead of set Gaia object only. Set place for every player. Let's give that a try. So every player gets flag A's. Terrain to place on R for dirt. Find closest. Ah. Alright, well, we'll ignore that for now. The more advanced player placement option anyway. So let us get rid of this. Can stay about 30 minutes more, then we better make it count. So what do we need next? Let's assume that this is a sufficient amount of back base. That, you know, this is an appropriate amount of base to have in your area under your dominion. So it's hard to deny this, all of this base here. Actually, you know, maybe we could get away with making the player lands just a little bit larger. Player base is just a little bit bigger. Now, well, we'll leave it for now. I do think the walls should be slightly larger. You know what? I'm going to do it. We're going to make those walls slightly larger, and we're going to make the player base size 15. So we'll make the player base size 15, and we'll push the walls out to 17 and 17. All right. So let's run that. And then we need to start thinking about objects. So that's the other part of the trick. Okay, still crunching the numbers. So for the objects, what we're going to do is we're going to use this spreadsheet here. All right, so we are going to delete most of this. We don't need most of this, I would say. Actually, is it true to state that the objects in Arena are the same as the objects for Arabia? It's just you have stone walls and you obviously have the ring of wood around the outside for like all the map differences, but the objects should be the same, right? The player assigned gold, the player assigned stone, the boar, the deer, the sheep, all of it should be about the same, right, Marintho? That's what I thought. So we might have to adjust some distances here, but we could totally try that. Starting resources are the same. All right, I actually do like this a little bit better. It's not much better, but it is a little bit better. Let's take a look at it on tiny size, 2 players. Main thing is to have them spawn within the walls. Oh, that won't be a problem. All right. So we will need to include avoid player start areas, and it looks like we're going to have to do something about this up here as well. Hey, Jaw00. Oh, you know, fighting with it. As always. So, oh, you know, we're probably just going to have to adjust these parameters. So let's do that quick. So, I believe that we have some of that scaling. Yes, we do. All right. So we're going to copy these lines of code here for Agrina. Okay. And we know that for large, oops. So for large, we want 6. Let's find a good number for tiny. So right now we have tiny being 3. Let's see how that works. Okay, we need to make tiny 2. All right, that's much better. And of course we have this front, but we can use our other input, our other argument, set avoid player start areas. Okay, so 2 is good. Now we'll use this. So 26 I think might be a bit overkill. Actually, 26 is not bad. Maybe like 24. Okay. So I think that's good. So let's copy this and paste it down here. And then we'll adjust it for the next size up. Making it as large as possible. 3 maybe in like 25. Yeah, that looks good. Four and 26. And so now we'll go to medium size, 4 players. Okay. Five and 27. Let's try that for 6-player map size with 6 players. Okay. So that looks good. So then we're going to go 6 and 28 for an 8-player map size. Okay. And then we'll go 7 and 29. And there's probably more ideal numbers here that you could tweak around, but I just want to get a baseline for all the different map sizes to do this under. This is going to be our solution for now. Agreed. Not too important for now, I know. No, yeah, I agree with you. So R, we're gonna specify whatever grass 3 is, because we can change it easily enough. 9. Now it's gonna be kind of confusing to have R there, so we're gonna search for it, and everywhere that it appears exactly, we're gonna replace it with G3. And it's 5,309 times from all those different lands, so we'll replace all. Save. Go back to the program here, and instead of putting down, where is it? Oh, they're over here. R's, we'll put down G3s. Okay. We don't need to run it though. And frankly, we were going to do this anyway with some terrain blending. But yeah, that does look a lot better on the mini-map. Looks more like a proper arena map. And it kind of hides the fact that we've got some scandalous pockets like here. But you know, it's not that bad. It's not too terrible. Maybe it could be a little bit more back base space. But let's get cracking on these objects here. Overall, this seems fine. Oh, thank you. Okay. So let's try running this now. And we'll get rid of a lot of the neutral stuff. Oh no, it's fine. Yeah, so we got neutral resources here. We'll just try running this. Now, how far away are a lot of these things? The bores are 14 to 16. Our walls are at 17, so the bores need to be inside of the walls. And indeed they would be. I think 14 to 16 is fine. Let's just see where these end up, honestly. It's not going to be... Oh, that is something that we should do. We'll do it later. We'll do it later. But let's get our objects. Let's get our objects in. So first things first, delete that. And then it'll place the town centers appropriately. So we need to go get our function now. Our function is... Object autoscribe v8. All right. So we'll copy this. And we'll put this somewhere down here because it's never actually going to get run. And we'll comment it out. It's never going to get run with the lands. And we're going to say it's what? eggarena.ods. All right, and now we will run it. It should put all those objects in for us. Consisting of 1 sheets. End undefined. What? Oh, right. We need to rename this as else for reasons. It's just the way the program is set up. Needs more water. I'm good on water, actually. I just refilled. We can put small little ponds, you know, and stuff in the middle for fun. We could, you know, replace some of this mud terrain with a little bit of water, some pools of water, just as unbuildable areas. Clowns don't swim. Exactly. It would be purely cosmetic. All right, so that should work fine. Yeah, so that's done. Now let us generate again. Okay. Not too bad. Looks like players based on the way that this arena map, or this Arabia map that I used happened to be set up, the resources are actually outside of the walls. So what we're also going to do is we're going to have to pull the deer in, we're going to have to move things away from walls. The boars, I don't think there's any code that, what the? So we're going to tell all of the objects to avoid these walls when they're being created so that we don't have stuff like this. But the next, the next part is basically just to adjust these distances. Like this player's stone, his secondary stone is right here. Just because that's the way that it was when I originally set this up. But notice how basically the push of one button and I got all the resources. So it's quite nice. Yeah, some neutral res in the center too. That's fine. I would like to tell these walls to avoid grass 3 though in the back. Okay, so let's see, what's the order of things here? I guess what we'll do is first things first. I really, one of my big missions is that I want to make it so that players don't have to delete this. So I think that's what I'm going to do first. And the way that I will go about doing that is we're going to insert a row here, and oh, okay, yeah, so we do have these centralized placeholders that are being referenced by, okay, this is keeping things from spawning, let's say, on the very edge of the map, and it's keeping things from spawning certain distance on the inside. So that's why the boars are all back. That makes sense. When the boars, yeah, the boars are all back because I've got invisible placeholders in the center of the map preventing the boars from spawning any closer. So we're going to get rid of that because when you have an elliptical shape, it can affect the pockets more than the flanks. And in the case of the map that this object database came from, sometimes the pockets actually failed to spawn their boars, which is an issue that I need to address. It didn't matter for Irish Arabia, which is what I copied this from, because it was a 1v1 tournament, but I put out the best quality work, right? And I want to make sure that anything that I make going forward doesn't have known issues. If I know about something, I need to address it. So we are going to get rid of this for now. So the boars can spawn anywhere. And we're also going to get rid of this too. So we'll get rid of these two. And that means anything with a 9 or 11 in it is going to have something that's undefined, but that's all right. And we'll get rid of these numbers. So we'll get rid of this undefined thing here. We'll get rid of this failed reference here. We'll get rid of this failed reference here. We'll get rid of this failed reference here. I'm sorry, Marintho, that we didn't finish this exactly, in time. I know that you have to be heading out now, but I appreciate you staying. I hope you feel like it was an interesting 3 hours of your time. People's time is valuable, certainly, and I'm just a noob. I'm a pleb streamer, so I don't really put out, relative to some other content creators, I probably don't put out the best content in the world, but I like to think that what we make here is unique and interesting. Is this a relic? Oh, I forget what that was avoiding. Oh well. We'll get rid of it. It was interesting to watch. I appreciated your feedback. Let's just get rid of that. You know, this needs adjusting, that needs adjusting. I'm going to continue to work on this, even though you have to head out. It's a lot later for you than it is for me, and I've got the rest of the day to work on this. So I'm going to get these objects all figured out. I'm going to get those back bases. I'm going to get it so there are no walls in those back bases. And most importantly, though, I'm going to add these. Yeah, I'm going to add other options for the players spawning in that elliptical shape, because right now there's just one configuration for the players. It's quite late and I need to sleep soon. So we'll add other possibilities here. But I guess before you go, let me just rerun something real quick. Let me make sure that you understand, in case you have any questions about, rather. Right here. So if I adjusted this, I would be adjusting the elevation. This 15 is the base size. So this 15 is basically, well, it's exactly however big this square is. That's what the 15 represents. The 1, the 1 represents the base elevation. So the 0 represents, the plus or minus value. So the 0 is a Cartesian slop. So if I put plus or minus 1, this could appear plus or minus 1% in either direction that's parallel to the edge of the map. The 45 represents the angle between you and your pocket. So if this number were 30 degrees, I could change and make the pockets closer to the flanks if I wanted to. This is the angular distance to the centroid of the team. So right now it's at 180. So that means that the center of this team, which is right here in between green and cyan, is exactly 180 degrees apart from the center of the other team on the other side. So if I change that to, let's say, 160, then these players would all be, red would become a little bit closer to gray. And if I changed it to, let's say, 100 or 200, then orange would be a bit closer to blue. The angle is just the seed angle, so it's the starting angle that these are at. If I flip this 90 degrees, then the pockets would actually be even further away, because the pockets would be appearing here, and the flanks would be appearing here and here. Zero is the team bias, and this is the radius that they're placed at, which is a relationship to the radius of that ellipse. And then this is the eccentricity, or I believe the eccentricity, which is calculated with this formula, I guess. So in order to introduce variation in the player starting locations, what I would have to do is introduce vectors in any of these inputs, and it would automatically say, okay, we will generate a case where the player lands are actually this value and this value. So if each of these were like a vector of 2, then that would be 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2. So that would be, you'd be at 16 possible starting configurations already, just from having 4 of these input variables be a 2. So that's how that works. And I will do that at the very end. So I'll start, as soon as I get all the objects nailed down and the terrains and I've got it looking good, I'll start saying, okay, well, you know, what if the players were a little bit skewed this way? Does that mess anything up? And I check that one instance, and if it was okay, then I would keep it, and I would check the other extreme, and then I would do as many points as I could in between those two extremes that I know work. It's kind of like real-life engineering, actually. So I will continue to work on this. Let's see how big we are. How big Eggrina is. Eggrina is 711 kilobytes. So we've got probably enough memory for about 4 possible overall configurations. So we could maybe do like 2 different aspect ratios or 3 different aspect ratios in different directions. And the player variations are not as memory intensive because they're just regarding these player lands. They're not like all the lands. Like this ellipse in the center is completely generated by lands, right? So there's a land for every little point that you could imagine in the center. So that's what it's doing here. And I wanted to show this to you in the context of like working on a map and making a map that we're all very familiar with that's just a little bit, it's just a little bit more complicated this way, and it adds some variation. So I want to make sure that this gold also appears on the outside instead. I do not want it close to the edge of the map like that. So I might just place the gold and stone on genuine grass terrain or something. So anyway, so I'm going to continue now with the objects. I'm going to get the objects right because that's probably the next most important step. Because once I get the objects right, this map could be played as it is right now. And I know that there are going to be people in the Viridux community that want to play test this, even though right now it's really not that different from normal Arena. They're still going to want to try it out, and I'm going to want to try it out with them too. But once I get those objects squared away, it's like the final critical feature, and then we'll go in and we'll start adding different egg shapes to improve the variability. All right. Yeah, that's a good point, Marintho. I don't know, is this egg shape, even though it looks cool, and even though it sounds cool, is this really going to affect gameplay too much, or is this distance just too much already? Is this really going to change how the game is played, this egg shape, or does it need to be a little bit more extreme to impact the gameplay? These are questions that I don't know, and they're going to have to be tested with subtle changes. And at some point, when we have you around, we'll try like a negative aspect ratio to see if we can actually get the pockets to be closer together than the flanks. That would be kind of weird. I don't think it's going to work with the current technology, but it could be done. I could adapt the technology to do that. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Thanks for your time, Marintho. Have a good one, and I'll let you know how this turns out. Thank you for joining us. All right. Straggler trees. What do I want to do? I think the first thing that I want to do is I want to put placeholders where these walls would be, because I think these walls are calculated relative to the TC. So we're going to put placeholders where those walls would be. And even though the walls aren't here yet, like the walls are being done after everything else, if we look like we got all these different objects that are being generated, and the walls come afterwards. So that means that I can't tell any objects to avoid the walls because the walls don't exist when those objects are created. So instead, I'm going to put placeholders where these walls would be, and then tell all of the objects to avoid those placeholders, so that I know that when the walls come down in that location, that the objects will avoid them as well. So let us do that. Why not make the walls first? That is another possibility. I could make the walls first, but then I would have to manually give these walls an actor area because they're not appearing within my object autoscribe code. And that would mean that if I gave them an actor area, then I would have to align that actor area exactly, and I would have to tell all of these, I'd have to tell all of those to reference relative to those walls. But as far as this spreadsheet is concerned, walls don't exist. So how can I, if I make the walls first, how can I reference the walls with this spreadsheet? And the answer is I can't. That, and I'm going to be making the town center, which everything references, and the town center needs to be placed before the walls because of some weird wall coding bug. So let me, oh, we don't have numbers here. Oh, that's right, we're going to renumber. Okay, so let us insert rows above, except that. Okay, we'll copy this. So we're not going to do a DLC African bush. We're going to do flag A for now. And each flag A is going to be player assigned and player owned. And then I'll just kill them at the start of the game. And that's fine. No forest distance for them. They don't need a forest distance. They don't need a Tempman distance group placement. And what we're going to do is we're going to tell them to avoid by 17 and be placed within 17, I think. I think those are the right numbers, because that is the distance that the walls are at. I still think that this has to be within. I think this difference has to be 1 when you're doing the actor area method. Okay. And so, let's carry that down. Okay, so these update automatically, which is nice. Okay, got that. Saved. And let's come up here and uh-oh. Oh, right, the avoidance distances. So, yeah, these all had... Yeah, we need to get rid of these 2s because those were avoiding some static point in the center. So we need to get rid of this 2 at the end. And who knows, maybe someday we'll add it back, but not right now. This is when we had invisible on-grid placeholders in the center of the map that we were avoiding. Oh man, I don't know. I don't think I did anything with that. Okay, these look to be the right lengths. Matching. All right. Okay, it's all set. Let's see if we get those flags. Okay, so we almost got it. So we'll move those flags in one, and then it should be fine. And I hope that the walls will still be placed even if the flags are there. I hope the flags don't block them, but we'll see. We'll try it. We'll see if the flags end up blocking them. And if they do, then we'll figure out something else. So this needs to be dialed back to 16, and this up to 17. Save it, and run it again. So there's a check. All right, and that is done. So let's hit generate and see what happens. Okay, perfect. So the flags spawn exactly where they should. So that's very good. So now let's do something else. Let us actually, while we're being tricky, see if we can address this clown arena problem. Oh shoot. Okay. And come back to our spreadsheet. Insert rows above. So we're gonna use flag these instead. Okay. And we're gonna have flag A indeed. They're gonna be player assigned, player owned. So all that stuff is similar. Oops. So we copied the wrong line. Let's copy this one here. And instead of depending on like a distance to the town center, we're going to place these on a specific terrain. We're going to place them on G3. And we're going to give them a forest distance of 2, so they're going to avoid the forest. And we're going to give them a temp min distance group placement of 2, and because it's not that much area here. And we will call that good. So we're going to be placing flag 3s on grass 3, or flag A's on grass 3. And we're going to be putting these down, and I want these to avoid flag A as well, and I want them to avoid by 3. So we will add that option here. Flag A, 4. And we'll avoid them by 3. So if we can control the location of the flags, we can control the location of the walls eventually. So we'll save that. And we'll rerun it. Why do I keep putting these headphones on? I'm not listening to any music or anything. You guys aren't making noise. I could even unplug this. Throw these headphones away. These headphones aren't even comfortable. Alright. But if the game were making noise, then I definitely would. But, okay. Oh my goodness. What in the world? Alright. What did we get wrong here? Let's make these neutral Gaia unconvertible. Make these player signed and player owned. Flag B should be avoiding them. Let's try that. Okay, it's thinking, it did it. Can it not place flag B on top of walls? Does it have to be flag A? It looks like this is working. We have the neutral flags here, and we don't have any flag Bs over here. So that's good. But it seems like the flag B is struggling to be placed any place relevant. It's not. It is slightly important. See, here's one. But I bet if we went in and deleted... Oh! Well, alright. So it's just a rendering thing. Nice. Okay. That's good. It is just behind the walls. You're right. Well, hey, you know what? The flag A's were showing up. But then again, the flag A's were... Oh, you know what? The flag A's are taller than the flag B's, and that's why. I bet that's why they always showed up. So, got it figured out. So now, we're going to make some flag A's. I guess they don't have to be A, they could be anything. But A will be easier to see. And let's see. I don't know. We'll call them flag C. Just so there's no confusion. Update all that. And it's literally the same as this. But instead of avoiding whatever's in row 2 by 3, we're going to have this avoid whatever's in row 3 by 3. So that these should appear on the other half. Actually, it doesn't have to be even avoidance by 3. In fact, it probably shouldn't be. It should probably be an avoidance by 1. All right. All right. So we got our flag C's back here as well. So oh, actually, the better way would be to put the solid eye candy down and then delete that. Actually. Yeah, we should do that. We could try it as is. Let's just see now for flag C. Flag C, flag C, flag C. So its actor area. Oh, it has no actor area. Well, I guess that settles that then, since nothing is dependent upon it. So instead of flag C, let's put down rock, and then we'll delete the rocks. That's the Cruzini trick. And it works for a reason, so let's just do it. So instead of flag C, I'm going to put rock. And then we'll set the HP of the rock equal to 0. Set guy object only. Object only. Player assigned. Gaia convertible. I don't think you can convert the rock anyway, so it's fine. Okay. And now when we generate this, we should have rocks blocking the wall. Yep. So the rocks are preventing the wall from spawning there. But what if I want rocks in the middle of my map? Or something. Some eye candy somewhere. Is there a generic blocker that I could use? Jaw00, you would know something like that. What do you think? What? I think there's an object that's specifically like a building blocker. I could do those and then delete those, and those are like invisible objects too, so people won't get confused if they look at the map in the scenario editor. Let me see. Definitive constants list. On-grid placeholder. I think that I think walls can be placed over like the dead fish trap though, which is the standard on-grid placeholder. So 1776. We could try 1776. So we could just do like blocker. Oh, 1776, that was a good year. All right. Make sure that's all saved up. Yes, it is. 1337. All right, well, I got 1776 ready. So we'll try that. Well, look at that. Looks good. Exactly. Smokey understands. 1776 coming in clutch, as always. So it's not perfect, but it's all right. I think it's okay. Pockets seem to have the most back base, but it's also easiest to kind of trap them in. So, you know, that you could make the argument that it's easier to deny a large fraction of their resources because this stuff isn't going to be out here. This gold isn't going to be over here. We're not going to put the secondary resources on. We're not going to allow them to be on grass 3. You going to be around later, Smokey? We're going to need help testing this. Okay. So I like that. So we'll put blocker. One 776. Player signed Gaia convertible. That's fine. Maybe we should make them Gaia unconvertible in case we can't kill them. Okay. Good. Good, good, good. I don't know the standard distances for these golds and stones on Arena. Does anybody know? Let me know what we should make them. I think that's kind of the next step to address. Let us actually bring up Zetnus's guide here. Maybe resources somewhere? maybe, I think he might have the standard resources for Arabia in here. And we'll basically just copy that. And we will put that on this map. Here we go. Standard units and resources. So this defines, come on. Okay. Where the forage bushes need to be, the gold mines. Oh, what was that? All right, I'll be right back. You guys, take a look at this. The stone is always next to the wall if you want a castle drop. Exactly. Okay, I'm back. Thanks, guys. All right, so I'm going to put this over on the other screen, and we're going to fill in these objects to make sure we get them right. I don't think I did anything different with the stragglers, but we'll just, we'll check. So, it looks like we're putting down the stragglers first. So this one says, okay, 2 individual trees 4 to 5 tiles away, and 3 individual trees 6 to 8 tiles away. So, oh no. All right. So, forest distance, wait, what? Oh, all right. So these bushes that are being put down, you know what? Let's disable cubes mod so I can understand what's happening. But basically, I think this is putting African bush down next to the oak forests here. I just can't tell. Ah, deleted it. Let me disable cubes here real quick. I'm sorry. I know. I know you guys love the cubes. It's more than 3.5 hours into the stream, and I'm finally cracking and disabling the cubes mod. All right. I think what that's doing is that's just putting just bushes down against the main forests. Thank God, finally. Texture. Well, I couldn't see the differences in the trees, all right? I want to make sure it's doing what I think it's doing. I can't script without the normal trees. Well, neither can I, apparently. Okay. Okay. Large size. It's going to be Agrina. What am I doing? I'm not in the E's anymore. Agrina. There we go. And number of players, 8. Generate. Yep. There we go. So it's just putting bushes down on the edge of the wood lines, which I suppose is fine. Okay. So I'm considering, like, it is technically reducing the amount of building space that you have, but it's negligible. And it's pretty. It adds visual appeal to the map, so I'm fine with it. All right. So there are 2 individual trees 4 to 5 tiles away. So we're not looking at this one. 4 to 5 tiles away, and group quantity 2, or it could be 3. So 2 to 3 trees, 4 to 5 tiles away. Okay, good. 3 individual trees 6 to 8 tiles away. So this one is going to be here, 2 to 3, and these are 6 to 8 tiles away. So therefore we've got 8 to 6. And it looks like I'm telling this to avoid whatever's in 4. Wait, what? Oh no, avoid whatever's in 1. Oh yeah, I knew that. Oh, sorry, I'm reading this wrong. 6, whatever's in 6 to avoid by 4. So, okay, so that's fine. So this group of trees is also avoiding this group of trees. So the trees are good. We got the trees figured out. So that's all good. So we'll shade that in. The villagers and the scout look fine. It's not really that big of a deal. So we'll shade those in as done as well. And the next are the sheep. So the sheep, one group of 4 sheep at around 7 tiles in competitive maps. One of these often starts out under the player's control. I'm going to just give them control of all the sheep. And the sheep are, according to this, they're 6 to 7 tiles away, so that's right. And they're also avoiding other things. It looks like, oh, okay, they're avoiding the villagers and the scout and 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, they're just avoiding the villagers and the scout. They're avoiding it all by 6. That's fine. So these sheep are good. The boars. So according to Zetnus's guide, the boars need to be at least 16 tiles away. So what do I have for the boar here? So really, that's interesting. The boar are actually closer. They're about 14 to 16 tiles away. Huh. That's interesting. What do you guys think about the boar on this? Does this look... Are these boars properly spaced from the town center? There's one. Where's the other boar? Oh, here he is. Or maybe I should move them a little further away from the wall here. Maybe pull them in one more tile. People don't like to get loom. People don't like to get loom on this map, so having the boar be a little bit closer is convenient. Should I think I'm going to pull the boars in even more, even though that's not the Arabia guide. Looks fine to me on Arena. Okay. If it looks fine, then we'll just leave the boars where they are. The boar being this close to the wall does introduce the possibility of laming, which is fine. Okay. So we will check the boars off now as good. I think it was mostly the other resources that I messed with. So boars get a big check. All right, the forage bushes. So the forage bushes are between 10 and 12 tiles from the town center. And this is saying that they need to be at least 10 tiles away. So again, the forage bushes look good. They're in agreement. So these forage bushes are fine. Okay. Next resource. The gold, the main gold. 7 tiles. And it looks like it is between 12 and 13 tiles away. One group of 7 gold mines at least 10 tiles away. So the gold, okay, yeah, the gold is 10 to 12 away. So the gold is actually good. Yeah, this is an appropriate gold location. So the stone. So this is the player's main stone. It's one group of 5 stone mines at least 12 tiles away. So it is 11 tiles away, it looks like. So it needs to be 12 and 14. So we'll give it that window of 2. All right, so this is the main stone. So next up is the secondary gold. So the secondary gold is 4 gold mines, which is what we got, and it is at least 18 tiles away. So this one, you come over and look at it, and it is 18 to 20, so that is correct. All right, good. And then the tertiary gold, 4, and it is at least 21 tiles away, 21 to 23. So that's good too. So we've got it avoiding okay. And I'm going to have this one avoid so that it's outside. I'm also going to make this tertiary gold avoid the flags that are on grass 3. And I'm going to make it do that by 4. So avoid by 4 whatever's on. So we need to make sure we put this in the right order here. 21, 4. And then we'll include this. So it will avoid that by 4. The spacing between these is 2, actually, on grass 3. So that means that it will be impossible for these tertiary golds to be inside of a player's base. They have to be outside. So this tertiary gold is in fact outside the player's base. His secondary is here, but it's not always like that. So now we're making it so that it will be always like that. Okay, so I think we got that good for the gold. It's compliant with the resources. Stone. So this is the secondary stone, and the secondary stone needs to be at least 16 tiles away. So this one, whoa, this is way bigger. This is like 22. Yeah, the gold being 21 was right, but this is huge. So this is 22 to 24 tiles, it looks like. So we want 16 to 18. To 18. And we want this stone to avoid those flags as well, flag A. So we're going to add that, and we're going to add a 6 in here, which is this one. F4 that. Okay, so this stone will also be avoiding the grass 3, which means that it will appear outside the player's walls, and therefore it is possible to deny it with a castle drop. Now, I'm just kind of looking at this, and I'm thinking, well, we'll see how it turns out. So the sheep, the secondary sheep, need to be brought in regardless of what's on here, because they're already, these ones are all right. But these ones are outside, and they should be inside. We actually might be able to just say, put these sheep on grass 3. And it could be as simple as that. So let's try that. As a fix. Terrain to place on G3. So the deer are often closer on arena, so we'll mark this as we've done it. These deer are okay. These deer are a little close to the wall. These deer are a little close to the forest. So I think we increase the avoidance of the deer to the forest by 1. And we increase the avoidance of the deer to the wall as well. And I think we're good to go on the deer. So the deer forest distance we're going to increase to 3. And the deer are already avoiding a lot of stuff. Holy crap. Okay. And we're going to have the deer avoid flag B, which is representative of where the walls are. So that is here, that. So I added that as the 3rd entry, I believe. Nope, it's the 2nd. So We'll give the deer an avoidance of the wall. The second entry, we're going to have it avoid the wall by 4. All right. So we don't want the double comma. Save. Check is completed. And these are neutral resources, which we will worry about later. Let's make sure that we got the player assigned resources how we want them. Be right back. That's crunching. I'm going to refill my water real quick, guys. I'm drinking a lot lately. Okay, I'm back. Thanks for hanging out, guys. It's all set. Let's run it. Uh-oh. Oh, okay, good. It did generate. Oh, no. What happened? Do I need to restart my game? Everything's all laggy and slow all of a sudden. Let me restart my game. Okay. Okay. Let's minimize that. Oh, why did I launch Access and Allies? Oops. Okay. Seriously? Why? Oh. Why? One of the stones doesn't even show up. We got neutral resources outside. Game is laggy, and the walls have just disappeared for no reason, just because they can. Oh gosh. So I guess we'll just start going backwards, and we'll see what we changed that makes this not work anymore. Okay, was it the deer? Okay, it was the deer. So the deer cannot be told to avoid this area for whatever reason. Well, what if we tried putting the deer so they don't even spawn at all? Might have to adjust some of those distances. Oh no, wait, here they are. I'm just blind. Oh, let's give ourselves many players to look at. This player's stone is in the way. This needs to be pushed out further. Stone is in the way as well. Well, given that this is a non-standard version of Arena, I suppose you could argue the numbers aren't going to be exact. We should put them where they're supposed to start and then tweak them. And it looks like these golds are supposed to be pushed out. Although the neutral golds are going to have to be further away because I don't know which one of these belongs to. Yeah, this player looks like he has 2 extra golds. I think this is his assigned gold and this is just a neutral gold here. But I can't be sure. So let's get rid of the neutral resources for now because they're confusing me. So we'll delete these. But the relic I think we'll leave up because that one seems to be okay. So these deer, let's try putting the deer on G3. Let's see what happens. Hopefully they still spawn properly. And then let's uncheck all these. Now, we were having the secondary stone and the secondary gold, or the tertiary gold, are both... Oh. Oh, okay. I see what it is. So we need, yeah, we need 2 golds to spawn in the player's base. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to put the tertiary gold on grass, and then we're going to spawn actually the secondary gold last, and then tell it to avoid the tertiary gold. So we'll just rearrange stuff a little bit. So the deer, we're going to have spawn on grass 3. That's not going to be any different. So this is our tertiary gold and our secondary stone right here. These two. So these are avoiding, they're avoiding the forage and they're avoiding all of these other things. I don't think we need to tell them to avoid those things. I think we tell these to spawn on grass with just the basic avoidances of the town center. Two. Okay. And then we tell the other things to just basically ignore them. Stone. Let's put these up here. Okay. All right, let's try running that. Oh, stuff is not proper length. So these are right. One, two, three, four, five, six. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7. So we'll remove the last. I don't remember what those were, but oh well. Who needs them? Okay, let's try that. Okay, it's done. Wait a second. These golds and stones should not be placed on grass 3. They should be placed on regular grass, which is outside the base. Yeah, all right. All right, glad I caught that. Otherwise, it would have gotten messed up. Okay, now it's good. Did we ever adjust the distance for those stones? Think so. All right. Well, this is a mess, huh? I'm tempted just to start from scratch and just redo it. Be done with it instead of messing around. It's like these are pretty much the same distance. All right. So we're putting a gold and a stone down on grass specifically, 16 to 18 tiles away. And I think our walls are 15. So we could push this out a bit, like 18 to 20. Or 21 to 20. Well, actually, where is the stone? Where's the stone? The stone is really close, actually. It's unusual. Well, how big are the walls? Start with that as a baseline. The walls are at 17. So I guess when you consider this, the center of the clump and the size of the clump, it's possible maybe it could come back a little bit. So where are we placing? Okay. So it was 16 to 18, and it was being placed on grass. So it's basically centered at 17. So that would explain why it's having the issue there. So 21, and let's go 21 to 23. And yeah, the heck with it. We're just going to kind of power through and sort of rethink this. Shade that in. We'll shade this gold in too. And so these are the outside resources that we're placing first. And we want this stone to also be, let's say, a minimum distance of 8 away from this gold. So 21, 8. So let's check to make sure that these golds and stones are being placed properly. On the outside, we'll delete all those numbers, and we'll just go through them one at a time. We'll make sure that everything is properly placed. Okay. There we go. It's a little far, but I think it'll be all right. There's no way to get it to... One sec, guys. All right, there's no way... there's no easy way to get it to avoid golds for the other person. So, in that sense, I think we'll pull it in by one tile, and then we'll leave it at that. And we'll call that good. So let's pull this in by one tile, both of these. 22 and 22. Run it real quick. Yep, I think that looks right. Is 8 far enough away, though? Should they be further apart? Because both of these external resources could be denied by a single castle. But it's not that way with everybody. These ones could be denied by a single castle pretty easily as well. But for example, this player here, a castle won't deny both of these resources. So I think it's okay for now. Okay, let's move on. What about a Teuton castle? I don't know. Maybe, probably. Right in the middle here would range both of these. But I think that's fine, because I think on Arena that could happen too. Although let's bump it up a little bit, I suppose. We could bump it up just a bit to 12. They avoid each other by. Temp min distance group placement. I would like to think that we can make these. Let's add it anyway. I don't think it's going to do anything. I don't think it'll make one player's resources avoid another player's resources. But let's try it. Of course, we'll just run it. Because it's always very easy to run it. It takes a few seconds, and then check it. Okay. This is a pretty lucky gold right here. But that's how it goes. You know, we could tell them to avoid... we got to be careful. Avoid forest by like 8 or something. Because that could shift things around. To make sure that they're like in the front, but something to consider. Yeah, let's do it. Let's give them a forest avoidance of 8. And I know. This is why it takes forever. But I just can't. I'm never happy. I just gotta keep picking at it and tweaking it. Drove my boss crazy. Yeah, I think that's better. Could probably even increase that avoidance distance even more. But we'll leave that where it's at for now. Wait, what is this? The blocker is not appearing properly. For that player. All right, whatever. All right. $15. I think we could bring a lot of these back now. Oh, this probably shouldn't be like this though. There we go. And these should all be positioned within the walls. And they're all just avoiding each other. And we don't have to tell them to avoid what's outside the walls, and we don't have to tell the walls, or what's outside the walls, to avoid them, because they're in different zones. Some are inside the walls and some are outside. Additionally, I don't believe that we need to specify a particular type of terrain for these sheep and deer. If the sheep and deer are too far away, then we should be able to, let's decrease this from like 24 to 12. That could be important. We'll make that 18. So it's basically 10, or sorry, what's this, 10 to 16. So we'll make this 12 instead. 10 to 12 tiles, and then we'll run this. Okay, something is wrong about the spreadsheet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. All right. So there is another resource that's being placed outside of the walls and shouldn't be. And I think it's the other secondary gold. And I think this is it right here. So we need to pull that in. Otherwise, I think we're good. These two golds are both inside, both a while back. It's good for them. So secondary gold is here. Yeah, that's 18 to 20. The primary gold is 10 to 12. So we'll make this secondary gold like 12 to 14. 12 to 14. Yeah. Similar to the stone, actually. Okay. There we go. So the primary gold looks like is ended up back here, although this player has two forward-ish golds. Similar to this player. Wow, this player's resources are very forward. That is unfortunate. This player has some pretty forward resources as well. This player's stone is back, which is good for him. This player has back gold. I think we're getting pretty close. We need to pull the sheep in. To make sure that this doesn't happen. But otherwise, I think we're pretty close. It's looking good. Maybe we'll pull the main gold in just slightly, though. We'll just pull the main gold in a little bit. Just a pinch, maybe 2 tiles. What else did we want to do here? Oh, the sheep. Of course. This is a secondary sheep, and they could be anywhere from 14 to 18. So let's pull those in, and let's make those 12 to 14. And we'll space them 8. That'll be fine. This gold, oh shoot. I think this forest distance could be a problem for this gold that high, so we're going to set it down to 2. Because we don't want the stragglers to interfere with the ability to place that gold. Okay. Sheep are inside. Golds, both of these golds are a bit forward. You could even move that gold in a little bit. Yeah, that gold's fine. Ooh, this player has some really unlucky resources. Look at that, they're all right here. Could you imagine a castle like right here? That would be very inconvenient for them. You have one safe gold back here. All right. Yo, JC. Just make an egg arena. Okay, so we can rename a lot of these on grid. At this point, we don't need to call them flags. No fill. Yep, it's like arena, but in the shape of an egg. See how it's an elliptical starting shape? Idea would be to make the pockets more aggressive because they're closer together. Maybe this doesn't affect it very much, though. Not, it's not entirely clear. So, let's see. Forage, gold, stone, wolf. Group quantity 2, only 2. 9320. It doesn't look that elliptical from the minimap. Thankfully, that's a parameter that can be pretty easily adjusted. But the big shape is right here. It's the idea. But yes, technically you are right. I see it somewhat, but it's still fairly round. Yes, that that will be adjusted later. I'm just doing the objects now. All right. So they need to be 30 tiles away from the town centers that we can start having neutral resources. I actually believe it should be more than that. I think it should be 40 for these. The relics are okay at 30, I think. We'll try 40. Wait, did I just change the relic? No, that was different. Wolf. Oh, shoot, these are temp min distance group placements. Herderpa derpa. Okay, then yeah, they're already at 40. Yeah, I think all this looks good then. So we will carry this on. Yeah, you could do that on Arena right now. You could do that on Arena right. So this is one flank right here. So gray is up against red in this case. So this is one flank. Yes, you could Michi chop over here. And here's the other flank. So you could do that on Team Game Arena right now. Let's take a look at Arena. It seems even more viable on this map. So here's the other flank. So I think it's similar. I think there might be a little bit closer on Arena. Depends on the configuration. Well, I say if it adds a possibility to the game, it's a good thing. If it increases and you can do one more thing, that's a good thing. All right, there's one other option. It could be entertaining. Okay, it's done. So let's see these neutral resources now. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. No. Why? Oh, wait. On grid is probably not defined. Let's go do that. Let's compare to player setup. On grid 278. I bet that's the problem. I hope that's the problem. There we go. So now there begin to appear neutral resources out here. Some stones, some golds. I like it. I think it's fair. I think it's fine. Let's take a look at how it is on tiny map size, though. Tiny map with 2 players. See what we get for neutral resources. Probably not that many. Yeah, some berries. So that is the chief disadvantage. There should be neutral resources on this map size, though. So we may have to decrease that distance. Trying to think if there's a better way. We could maybe potentially generate placeholders on all of the forest terrain, and then tell the neutral resources to avoid. Well, no. It's not really going to work either. Maybe the answer is that the neutral resources need to avoid the player walls by a certain distance. And then make that less. So, you know, we should have neutral resources in a 1v1 still. And I guess we kind of do. You know, we do have a few berry patches. Let's do another generation and see what happens. The relics are all kind of in a line, actually. Yeah, the forage bushes are being generated first. So we're close. We're close to that threshold. The wolves, I think, are too far away. So let's just simply decrease that distance and see what happens. They're avoiding themselves by 30, and they're avoiding each other by 15. They're avoiding the town center by 40. So let us decrease this to 30. We'll decrease all these to 30 and see the impact. I'm gonna reduce the wolves to an avoidance of like 24. 24 and 24. Okay. Okay. So there's a neutral gold over here. Some neutral berries. So a lot of neutral berries in the center of the map. Not so many neutral golds or even stones. And only 3 relics showed up this time. So the relic self-avoidance is too strong. I think all their self-avoidances are too strong. Let's actually change them to 24 and 12. And we'll increase this a little bit to 32. A neutral gold. Neutral berries everywhere. The relics are still only 3. So are the relics are not avoiding anything. Let's reduce this to 24. Give that a try. And we got 3 of these that care. So maybe these distances need to be 8. I think the math for that works out better. 3 times 8 is 24. Okay. All right. We got some neutral resources, boys. 4, 5. We got 5 relics out. I think the relics look decent. There's a wolf in the middle of the map. I like it. Let's do a couple more generations. 1, 2, 3, 4 relics in that case. So what's the story with these relics anyway? What am I doing? So there's supposed to be 4 relics. But it's scaled to map size, so that means that it would put 5 if it had the space to, like it does right here. So we need to give it a little bit more space to place relics. So maybe we'll tell the relics to stay away from each other by, say, 20 instead of 24. Okay. Relics look okay on this one. Blue has a slight relic advantage, I think. Although this one is pretty close for red, like it's right outside of his walls. Maybe we'll bump that up a little bit, maybe to 22. We'll increase the player avoidance of these relics slightly. So they're at 24 right now. Let's make them 26 or 20. See, what were they? 30 before? Let's make them 26. Okay. Yep, that's better. I don't think it can really get much better than that. I want to push the walls out by 1 more, I think. So let's do that. We're really close. 18 and 18. And then, of course, we have to go to our spreadsheet and move out the wall blockers and such. So we need to increase this to 17, increase this to 17, and this to 18, and this to 18. And I think should look good. None of the rest of the resources will change, but that's fine. think that's perfect. Berries are back in that case. Maybe the berries are too safe. And we'll see. It was just that generation. Players have back berries. Berries are safe there. Berries tend to be safe in this. Okay, these berries could be pressured with towers. I think it's all right. All right, let's take a look at it on large map size. Actually, let's go up the map sizes. Small map size. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 relics now on the small map size, which is appropriate. We need 4 players for this one. Okay. So blue and green against red and yellow. Okay. Now 6-player map size. So let's try something. Let's try building a building. There's like a range back here where you can't build it. I think it's because of the blockers. So we'll have to set the HP of the blocker equal to 0. Actually. And hopefully that should get rid of it. And then the players will be able to build their stuff here. The other thing is we could just test it as is. Let's test. And see if we can build back there. So are there any restrictions? Lumberjack. Okay, yep. Looks like the blocker is still there. So we'll have to get rid of it. Okay, so the final thing we're going to do is look at it under large size and giant size. Large size with 8 players. Oops. We want to actually generate the map. Arena. Here we go. Okay. And giant. Okay, let's go into the terrains now. First things first, let's put some grass masking over this mud. And we should put some small forest patches in the center anyway. But I like how the objects are. I think it is fair. So, terrain generation. Create terrain forest. You know, let's comment that out for now. Let's actually make the grass first. Create terrain grass. Land percent 100. Base terrain is going to be mud. And we're not going to need any scaling. Set scale by groups. And let's height limits 1 to 1 and terrain mask 2. So that the game, as far as the game is concerned, it's grass in that location and not mud. So then we should be creating grass on top of this mud here. Actually, we should really make it grass overall. Let's do that instead. Let's just make it grass. Number of clumps, let's go like 20. And maybe have like 4 of these. You can sometimes struggle with large numbers of clumps. It did 1. All right. What if we don't restrict the height limits? Just make it all grass. Okay, there we go. We need a couple of them. But that'll be fine. You think the blockers will disappear if I generate outside of the scenario editor? Really? Well, we could try that too. One sec. Let's increase the number of clumps to 9320. Just get this working. Okay. I think that's better. It's always annoying though that it just, for whatever reason, it can't seem to find them. Okay. Good. So let's go to test it in single player and see what happens. See if we still have the blockers. Searching all my maps. Here we go, Agrina. I got the Byzantines, lucky me. Okay, I have not set the attribute storage of these Gaia fish traps to 0. No. It appears that the blockers are still there. So let us just address that now. Let's put the direct placement up top. Effect amount, set attribute. Did I make them Gaia blockers? Are they Gaia? They are Gaia. All right. So Gaia set attribute. Attribute hit points. It's got to be four arguments. Let's check effect amount. It's up here. Oh, right. Duh. And let's grab this while we're here. Gaia set attribute of the blocker, and we're going to define constant blocker as 1776. Attribute hit points 0, and we're going to destroy it in that way. And because we're defining it there, we don't need to do so here. So now, when we rerun it, we restart it, hopefully we can build there. Team positions are on, so that's strange. I'm still placing, even though that is bizarre.
Salve. Correctus. Correctus. Caedo. Ein. Correctus.
So it looks like...
Ein. Correctus.
Okay, and the blocker is gone. Wait. Oh, that's because that's not in my line of sight. But I'm between yellow and... No, I'm the flank. And it looks like I am with yellow and red. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Because I'm an even number, same as them. Even though they're not my allies. And as you can see, the blocker is gone. So that's good. All right. So what were we doing? Oh, right, we were working on terrains. You didn't get any achievements because you used cheat codes. I'm certain giving them 1 HP will make them non-walkable. That's interesting. Well, I gave them 0 HP because I want them to be walkable. But I can see applications for that are kind of cool, like that Evil Fog terrain, or DLC Black terrain, of which you have a map that consists largely of called Orbit, if I remember correctly. What HP are they to begin with? Oh, I don't know. Arena. Oops. Number of players, 8. Honestly, we could make this mud a larger percentage. But it's alright. It's just like a tweak that we could make. I used them there. Aha, I knew it. I need to make some new map. Haven't been scripting for at least a year. Oh, I miss you. Has it really been that long? Seems like just yesterday you made that map. All right. So, now that we've got all this, we will create some mud, but we'll do it height limit 0 to 0. Oh, shoot, we can use G for these. We don't have to use grass. Save us a little bit of memory. Not much. All right, and we're going to convert that back under height limits 0 to 0 and terrain mask 2. So we should be able to convert these back to mud. Yep, there we go. Sort of annoying, though, that it's appearing on the slopes, which was not what I intended. Oh well. Feels like runestones? Come on, man. Runestones is nothing like this. You know, it really could be fun though if you built ships in the middle. Wouldn't that be wild? I mean the terrain. Just think here. Runestones with walls. No, no, guys, no. I'm just trying to think of something to put down here that could be interesting. Make it look wet. All right. Well, let's keep going on this route. Let's create terrain DLC wet rock beach. And the base terrain is going to be mud. It's going to be in height limits 0 to 0, and there will be no terrain mask. Oh, come on. Oh, spacing other terrain types. Oh, I know what I need to do. Spacing other terrain types 1, set flat terrain only. Okay, there we go. Whoa, 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 Jaw 0, 0. Attacking me with, what was it? Something. All caps. Alright. Maybe I won't make this a terrain mask. Maybe I'll just make it outright mud. That could be fun. And then, finally, what's the green water? Or muddy shallow? Either way, it's fine. DLC muddy shallow. We'll just call it muddy shallow, maybe. Muddy shallow. Actually, you know what? Let's put that here. See what happens. Ah, that's what I was afraid of. It puts the beach down automatically. Boo! I don't want that white beach. I actually don't think that white beach looks good with this muddy, shallow terrain. DLC Moorland looks wet. DLC Bogland. Oh, okay. It's probably better that way. But could you imagine if it actually were dockable? That would be awesome. Actually, I'm going to continue with this. So we're going to have DLC Wet Rock Beach. And then we're going to do this again. We're going to copy this, and we're going to make it muddy shallow. Okay. And we're going to replace DLC Wet Rock Beach with it. And if this is too aggressive, we can use the DLC Bogland. The rocks seem kind of out of place. Maybe it's just not the right thing to do. Maybe DLC Bogland is the way. We got to be careful though, because we don't want to deviate too much. Wet rock is way too dark. Yeah, it does look way too dark. I mean, I can blend it with the mud, but it's going to be tough to make it look like it belongs. And so now that I've got this DLC Bogland in, let's start blending the grass with the dirt now. Create terrain. G, the base terrain is M. And we're gonna terrain mask 1 this thing. The dirt doesn't fit now? You mean the mud? How's that? The DLC Bogland is replacing the mud. Terrain mask 1, I have an idea. I might be able to mask that over the mud too. Blend it even more. Oh yeah. That's good stuff right there. It looks like we need to increase the number of times that we include that command. But there's a little wetland in the middle, which I think is fun. I always really like the terrain mixing. I think that's like the most fun part of random map scripting. You're like, oh yeah, that looks great. Some really gorgeous things you can do. And of course, we're going to have to put reeds down on this. Lots of straggler reeds. And we should probably change, maybe not specifically this grass, but if we want to localize the wetlands sort of in here. And after I do the map, I do seasonal variants. I've never done a seasonal variant for a map before. They're always set in one season. Tell you what, though, let's. Where are we? So we created grass from the mud unconditionally. Let's find another type of terrain to use. Maybe grass 2, G2. Grass 2 is very lush grass. I have 6 on the park map. 6 seasonal variants. I only go to the park. Wait a second. How can you have 6 seasons on the park map when there are 4 seasons overall? Winter, spring, summer, and fall. How can you have 6? Yeah, gotcha on that one. All right. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna make it DLC Moorland. That's what I want. That'll look good. DLC Moorland. Oops. Because that's like a muddy grass sort of thing. You made desert and nuclear wasteland? That sounds pretty creative. All right, DLC Moorland is, I'm going to abbreviate it MLD, and it's number MRLD, and I'm going to abbreviate it 44. All right. MRLD. The nuclear wasteland has gravel instead of grass and bamboo instead of trees. It looks horrible. It sounds accurate. Okay. So now our base terrain is going to be moorland. Moorland. Okay. Create terrain. Grass. Grass back on top. Oh. All right, I see what this is. I don't think we need these anymore. Okay. So I think this is DLC Moorland, all right. we don't have, we messed something up. Yeah, right here. Actually, hold on. I don't think we should have all these at the start. Create terrain, moorland. MRLD we should just put down in the land generation. So okay, yeah, these are the same thing. It's the same thing, that's the same thing. All right, so let's put MRLD down in the land generation section. Instead of just MRLD, moorland. Oops. Okay. Accidentally went too far. It's on autopilot. All right, there we go. Let's regenerate it. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. It's done. Let us generate and see where we stand. Oh, right, of course. We need to change the elevation section, and we also need to look at this here. MRLD, 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 so that's all right. We're elevating MRLD, what we want to elevate. It's not going to solve the problem of the fact that DLC Bogland is not appearing. Let's try to figure that out next. It's one of the few parts of random map scripting that I haven't automated. This is a duplicate of that. So this is saying replace the moorland with DLC bogland. This should work. Let's try getting rid of the terrain mask and seeing what happens. Height limits 0 to 0. Okay, so getting rid of the terrain mask is what did the trick. I still think this looks all right. So, I don't think this is the order that we want to do it in. I think that we want to do this to mud. And we want the mud to be height limits 0 to 0. Create terrain, mud from moorland. Height limits 0 to 0. That's why it didn't work. It could be possible. That would be a good guess. All right, and now we will mask terrain mask 1. We'll mask the bogland over the mud. So that's similar to what we had before. Okay. Muddy areas. And then we could mask the rest of the mud with a little bit of grass, but more sporadic. Unless there's another terrain that would be more appropriate, but I can't really think of one. Let's do this a few more times to make sure it gets the point. And the beauty of it is that you can actually, you can still build here. So it's not like a special terrain in that sense. It's just a muddy area. This looks really good. You think the amphitheaters do the trick? Oh, we haven't even gotten started, Jaw 00. This is just the beginning. Watch this. So now we're gonna. Oh, we got that. We're going to create terrain leaves on mud. And we're not going to do any of that stuff. We will do terrain mask 1 though, actually. We're not going to do any height limits. Okay. Create terrain. We want reed forest, I think. DLC reeds, forest reeds, 92. All right, there we go. So, reed forest, I'll call it. Create terrain, reed forest. Copy this. Get rid of the terrain mask. Base terrain, MRLD. Reed forest, we need to define. It is 92. And we probably don't want 100 land percent. That's going to be a little bit too much. But probably like 1% of the map would do. Where are we? Thank you, Jaws00. I intend to make it look even better. Yeah, it's still too much. Still too much, I think, unfortunately. Oh, dang, too. Because it's very convenient to put land percent 1, you know, otherwise I have to scale it to different map sizes. There is another possibility, though, and that is that I could try expanding the size of this yoke a little bit on my egg arena. Let's do that. So we'll go 0 and 0 and MRLD. And if this doesn't work, it's all Jaws00's fault. All right, we'll run that. Expand the size of that swampy area in the middle a little bit. Oh, the bushes are also being placed on those reeds. I don't want that. So I'll have to find a way to prevent that. Probably telling the bushes to be placed on grass terrain, which I think would be fine. Still thinking. The other alternative is that I could put objects down, which really might be the right thing to do, instead of forest patches. Where are we at? It's all set. So let's hit generate again, and the yoke will be bigger. Yeah. We're going to need to probably increase the number of elevated areas to match. Let's take a quick look at it, though, under tiny size before we decide to keep this change. 2 players. Let's make sure it looks good as well. Those are the 2 extremes. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Could something, let me ask you guys this. Could something like this be, and notice how the reeds don't like take up all the possible space here, because at this point 1% is not enough to occupy all of the potential space. Let me ask you guys, could this make CA, I would only put a few of the trees. Yeah, hang on, Jaw00. I've got an idea. Let's increase the number of elevation here. Do these trees do they make CA valid or viable on Arena, or maybe not really? All right, let's go back to elevation section, and we need probably 24 clumps. We probably have at least twice the area. You think they make CA a little bit more viable? All right, I think this is basically, should I push the limit? I'm going to do, you know what, let's have some fun. I'm going to do one more. I really am. So let's bump this down to 0, and let's do MRLD, and let's do one more. I don't think so. I don't think CA will ever be viable on Arena, regardless of what I do, but it'll make it more viable. It'll mean that Huns maybe won't get 100% clapped on this map. We were just actually talking about this in the Discord, how terrible Huns are as a civ. Because if there's some place where they really need to be, they just don't have the options everybody else has. Okay. I think armies will not fight there with so many trees. It's like extra closed arena. Eh. That's okay with me. Arena is supposed to be a closed map. Okay. But I agree it shouldn't be much more closed than it already is. So it's thinking. But I think we could do with one more. It'll push out the swamp pretty close to the player town. And remember that we're also going to forbid these trees from being created here, these bushes. All right, where are we? Here. Check. It's done. Okay. So the circle a little bit larger. All right, I think that's perfect. I think we'll increase the number of elevations as well. So let's come up here and maybe make the number of clumps 36. You like how the map is wet in the middle and dry on the sides. Well, that was kind of the plan, right, Jaws00? The plan was to have a little wetland in the middle with some elevation so that in the case of scout fights, you could be a little bit more interesting. So, I think we are pretty heavy on the trees in the middle, though. You're right. And that is something that we should fix. Because, like, look here. If somebody wanted to do a castle drop, it could be challenging for them. There may be some places easier for this player than it is for this player, actually. Just sort of strange. The dry grasses in the bases? Oh yeah, it dries out the further away that you get from the pool in the middle. From the sort of swampy area in the middle, I should say. Yeah, we just outright need to reduce the number of trees here. It's really that simple. We've increased the size of this little swamp area. It's harder to town center the stone and stuff like that in the middle, but you still have options for the outside of the map. But not many, actually. There aren't many neutral resources on this map. Although it could have something to do with their forest avoidance, and we have so much forest here that there are fewer neutral resources. All right, so let us... So we got reed forest. I actually kind of want birch forest. Birch forest. Let's make sure that that's right. And then we'll put the reeds as objects below those birch trees. All right, so that looks good, except we need to reduce the number of birch trees in the center. So, to do that, we're going to do number of tiles. Number of tiles, like what? 100? All right, 100 is actually probably too many, although that is better. Number of tiles, 60. Still too many. How about 20? Number of clumps should probably match the number of tiles. Yeah, there we go. That's better. So if these bushes were reeds, would you be happy with this jaw 0, 0? Or do you think we should go back to just having reeds in the center? Hmm. Okay, so let's go back into our objects then. We'll leave these trees the way they are. Although, I want them to be more so in the center. I don't want them to be along the edges like this. Anyway. Let's go back into our objects. And we've got African bush that we're placing here. Let's do one more thing. So let us create another on-grid placeholder that blocks stuff. So it'll be player assigned Gaia convertible, Gaia unconvertible. And this we're going to place on DLC Moorland, or MRLD. And where's the one that we're putting on grass? It's basically this one right here. So copy that. Okay, except we're going to put this on MRLD. Forest distance. We're not going to have a forest distance for this, like we do for these. We're going to have, say, a temp min distance group placement of like 8. And then we're going to tell this to avoid what's up here. The one, oops. Oh, no. I don't know what I just did. I hit Control B. And we're going to tell this to avoid whatever's in A9. Yeah, so avoid that by 10. So these should be impossible, should not be possible to spawn the African bush on the birch trees that are on moorland terrain. And then let's also insert a row above that. And we're going to do like DLC read, something like that. And what is it, 1350? If I remember correctly, is the object, the correct object identification number. And copy all of this, except we don't need this avoidance. And we'll put them in object groups of 2. And they're forested, they're going to be on a forest zone. They'll be spaced at least 4 apart. And they are going to be avoiding what's here. So they're going to avoid whatever's in A10. So the reeds will not be able to get close to the bushes. All right. So we'll update the objects now. Oh, and we should change the forest avoidances of these neutral resources so that they are more likely to spawn in the center of the map. Okay. All right, it's done. It looks like I didn't do anything. Did I save this? Did I not save this properly? Maybe this wasn't saved properly. So got this on grid on MRLD, which is the moorland. And they're spaced 8 tiles apart from each other. And then we've got African bush, which must avoid whatever's in 5 by 10. So therefore, it must avoid the moorland. Yeah, I just don't think it was run properly because I can't see what's wrong with this. So let's just run it. I don't think it was saved or something. Okay, it's done. Let's generate. No. Okay. So are the placeholders appearing? Maybe DLC read isn't a thing. Let me look that up. Maybe 1350 is just wrong. go to 1350. Tree reads. So is DLC read the name of a terrain? Doesn't look like it. Did I name a terrain DLC read? Is this somehow... No, I named it Reed Forest. Well, let's confirm that it's appearing by doing flag A. Okay. Okay, so wait. There are some reads appearing. There are some reads. But there's like 2 of them. Wait a second. There is a flag here. Hold up. Hold the phone. Ah. Let's create lots of them. That could help. Okay. That's looking much better. That looks a lot better, actually. It will reduce the forest avoidance of the neutral resources. We'll replace the flag A's with the on-grid placeholders again. We still have the bushes here, so that's good. So, okay, this goes back to on-grid. And our neutral resources start here. Their forest distance avoidance is 4. Let's make it 2. The falcon has no... So we're going to make him a hawk. I want a hawk for this one. I don't want freaking falcons all the time. All right. See if we can coax some of these resources to appear more frequently from that reduced avoidance. So let's generate that. I suppose. All right. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine, looks good. Okay. This relic, though, this relic distribution does favor red a bit. But competitive play has been done on maps with relic distributions less fair than this one. Versions of Arena whose relic distributions were less fair. So I'm not too worried about it. Let's do some terrain mixing now. We could leave this grass 3 as is, or we could blend it with some grass 1. We could also change this grass 1 outside of the player start areas. I think that's kind of our first step. What do I have this for? Oh, that's right, I was going to make more forests. At this point, though, I don't think I should put any more forests down on this map. It already seems like it has enough forests as is. Even though they aren't that many. Maybe I could do something like I could make birch trees worth 200 or 300 wood or something like that. Let's take a look at this under a giant or a large map size and see how the muddy area looks. I think the trees are just enough. Yep, I agree, Jaw00. So let us blend some grass now. We're going to create terrain. And we're just going to use dirt. R, I guess. R should be 6. We no longer have it defined. Let's define it. And the base terrain is going to be G for grass. Land percent will be 1. Number of clumps, 9320. And we're going to set scale by groups. And we're going to terrain mask 1 this. Yeah, all right. Maybe 1% is not enough. I can't even find it. Let's go up in order of magnitude. 1%, 10. And we can tell it to avoid player start areas as well. Yeah, okay, that's much better. Super Arena, that's right. That's right, Ronald Rage. So we're going to tell it to avoid player start areas by 20. Set avoid player start areas by 20. And maybe there could be a better terrain selected than dirt. Heck, maybe grass 2 would be better. Maybe dirt 2 would be a better choice. Dirt 2 is a little bit closer to grass anyway. Yeah, so I'm going to dial back the land percentage to like 6. Maybe no, we'll go 8. We'll go 8. And we're going to use dirt 2 instead. And dirt 2 is 11. Oh, well, for me it is. Ooh, DLC dry grass. That could work too. But I want to mask the grass 3 with DLC dry grass. Yeah. I don't really like. Yeah, I don't like that either. It's not. I feel it's not dark enough. Maybe I want DLC Dirt 4. DLC Dirt 4 is number 42. Dirt with some grass. Number 42. Remember, it's a more like, it's definitely a dark dirt color. Oh, that is darker. I really like Dirt 2 on grass on Middle Asian maps, but it doesn't fit Arena. Yeah. So we're going to make one big clump, I think. Arena is too German? What? Number of clumps, 1. Set avoid player start areas by 30. And terrain mask 1. Land percent 8. Let's dial that down to 6. If Arena is German, then why are Turks a star civ on Arena? Ja00. What do the Turks have to do with Germany? Walls and Teutonic Knights, it must be in Germany. Ah. That didn't really do much for us. Four. Turks invaded Europe. They didn't get to Germany. They got all the way up to Vienna. That's right. Jaw 00, he knows his history. But see, the thing is on tiny map size, this isn't even going to appear. Oh, by the way, 8 players on tiny map size is bad idea. Yeah, the dirt isn't really going to appear on a tiny map size for something like that. Relic race settings. All right, so let's avoid player start areas by 20. Land percent 4. Number of clumps 9320. And then we'll put DLC dry grass on grass 3. Yeah, this is fine. It's kind of a little wetland in the middle. Yeah, I guess I could probably do it faster if I weren't streaming, but we have fun. Create terrain, Y. Y is for DLC dry grass, base terrain, G3, land percent, maybe 1%, terrain mask 1, and we're gonna avoid player start areas by like 10. So let us, what is DLC dry grass? DLC, isn't it like 100? Yep, it's 100. Called it. How did I know that anyway? Oops. Okay. There we go. We got some patches of dry grass back here. That's fine. And we could even blend a little bit of grass 3 into the grass now. make the grass a place where two worlds meet. G3 and G, and we will not avoid any player start areas this time. A little bit of dirt 2 into the grass 3. Maybe. Let's set that to 4. 4 feels like a good number. Gravel 5 into water 7. I don't have water 7. Okay. Yep. It's looking pretty well blended. All right. Now, the best part. Eye candy. So let's delete this. Now the rock I'm just going to put on the mud terrain. Or rather, yeah, mud terrain. And I'm going to tell the rocks to avoid the forest. DLC fern patch I've got appearing on a forest zone. So we'll see how this works. Temp min distance group placement. Oh no, we could go smaller. We could go like 12. All right. These were the standard foliages and eye candies that were used for Irish Arabia. Okay. All right. Awesome. Here we go. Now the ferns are on the bushes, which is interesting. Some rocks in the center. Now it looks like your map. It looks like something that I would make, yeah. What's the deal with these rocks anyway? Rock and rock 2 are both defined as 1323. That can't be right. Shoot, no, not that. F rock 2. Where is rock 2? I know that rock 2 is in here somewhere. Rock 2. Rock. C rocks. Rock 1. Dome of the Rock. Dwayne the Rock Johnson. So 918. And we will tell this fern patch to avoid the town center, actually. By 6, at least. Probably more like 10. These are supposed to be placed on mud. Forest distance of 2, so that's fine. Well, let's reduce these to 8. And we can have them. We don't need what's in 37? Oh, all right. We'll avoid whatever's in 37 by 4. Let's just change this to 4. Just change this to 4. Delete that, and get rid of the avoidance to the town center. Because we're putting them on mud, so we already know they're going to be avoiding the town center. And I think that these need to be rearranged a little bit. So ultimately, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we need these to have a spacing of 16 if they're each going to be spaced 2 apart. I think that math is right. I think that's sound logic. Okay. But then again, I may not want to count the fern patch because it can only appear in certain places. So maybe they need to be spaced 14 apart. Going down the madness spiral yet? Hey, Zerg. No, but I might get a god complex. All right. We're sure that 918 is rock 2. Yep. Okay. Well, you'll see. Sorry. You'll see in just a sec. It's arena, so it's got to be right. Well, that's a little... I don't know. It's a little far apart for my liking. Could pull it together a little bit. The sacred map, that's right. But I do think the rocks are well placed. I'm pleased with how the rocks look. We definitely need a larger density. So maybe like, let's try 8. We're really close to being done here, honestly. There's not much more to do except to modify the land generation section to allow multiple egg shapes. Yeah, that's better. You could even make the argument that it should be even thicker on the mud, but I'm not going to worry about it. Not going to worry about it, even though this is kind of a swampy, marshy, pitted area. We won't worry about it. Let's take a look at 8 players. Map size. Large. Okay. There is so much stuff it looks like a scenario. The supreme irony of that is that in a scenario, somebody has to go through and put it down click by click. This is different every time. Cut through seems to be a viable strat for sure. Well, if you want to cut through to your teammate, then yes. But we've got blue, green, cyan, and gray on a team. So the distance here between gray and orange is actually quite large. It's not as large as normal arena, but it's still bigger than it looks. Okay. So now I'm just trying to think here. We basically have done everything that we need to do in terms of setting this map up, and if we had no intention of introducing variation or variability at all, then we would play this map as it is. Flank fast imp into Onager. Onager costs almost as much as Imperial Age. But I am glad that you guys are thinking about that kind of stuff. So let's also check another important metric, which is our file size. And Super Arena, aka Egg Arena, we are at about 709 kilobytes, so about 0.7 megabytes. So I like having 60 arbs. So let's come back here now. So where do we have, here we go. So we have the players basically being created at the same angle of 0. So just kind of humor me here. I wonder what would happen if we said angle plus, and then like -10, 0, and +10. So what that maybe in theory should do is it should shift all the players along the clock of this ellipse, if you will, 10 degrees, plus or minus 10 degrees. So let's see what introducing that, what impact that has. And we'll also remember that we're at 709. Again, we're at 709 kilobytes, so we'll measure the effect of the size. In general, increasing the number of player options doesn't have as big of an impact as increasing the number of map options. But we'll see. This could break it. It might not be able to handle this. We'll see. I mean, it'll be able to crunch the numbers just fine, but the map may not generate properly. The other parameters that we could adjust are this offset angle, this angular distance to centroid angle, but I don't think we can really adjust it much because things are already pretty tight. And of course, we might consider making it more eccentric, more egg-like, by reducing this aspect ratio. So we are at 0.8 now. If we made it 1, then we would have a perfect circle. But let's see what this does. I'm curious. How come you can't make Amazon archers on Amazon Tunnel? It's literally unplayable. Well, you know, that is a solvable problem. You could use effect amount to enable that unit on Amazon Tunnel. That would be pretty fun. But you can only make Amazon Archer. Oh. Okay, it's all set. Let's see what happens. Ho-ho! Interesting, look at that. Got ourselves a little bit of a twist. generated again. Okay, so that one's twisted as well. What's our file size, just out of curiosity? 712 kilobytes. So it's actually not that much larger from allowing those possibilities. You guys can see what I see, right? Okay, I like it. I think we'll make it a little less extreme. I don't know, maybe 10 is what's needed to notice. Looks like a map to me, says Zerg. Oh, okay, here we go. Now it's twisted in the other way. I think it'll be okay. So we can add a little bit more variation in it now. Where are we? Here we go. So maybe 175, 185. So plus or minus 5 degrees angular difference, if you will, to the center of the enemy team. So we'll add those possibilities. And we'll suddenly have a pretty unpredictable map. It'll look like you used random placement. Okay. Yes, I know. No rotation is required, at least not at this time. Okay. About 2 minutes later. Okay, so it looks like this is 180 degrees apart, and this is without any shuffling in that seat angle. So this is definitely different, though. These players are further apart. These players are closer together. So I think that's okay. Again, this looks about the same. Now these players are a bit closer together, and this gold is going to be a pretty critical point here, a point of great contention between the players. These players have more space. So maybe plus or minus 5 is a little bit too extreme. Not sure. Let us experiment now with this. I think I want to go like 43 and 47. This is the offset. So this parameter controls how far the flanks are from the pockets. So let's experiment with that next. Also, before we run that, let's check our file size. We're at 721 kilobytes, so still quite low. Creeping up a little bit. But the reason that I'm generating this on the large size with the 8 players is because that's where there's the most opportunity for something to go wrong. Okay, it's scrambling the commands, which means it's almost done. About 2 minutes it claims. I don't believe it. Let's check the file size. File size is at 748 kilobytes, so it is creeping up there. But we're still below. So we should be looking for the spaces between flank and pocket here. Make sure we don't see anything unacceptable. Unacceptable would be like if flank could walk to their pocket without having to chop through trees. That would not be allowed. That's okay. Oh, those players are quite close together, actually. We need to do another generation and take a look at that. It might be a tolerant stack up with the angular distance. Between the centers of players. Stones seem to, the resources, they seem to land right next to each other pretty often. You can almost castle drop somebody from the safety of your own walls, but not quite. Yes, this is about as close as it would get. I think that's fine. And I'm not seeing any unacceptable behavior between flank and pocket. And I think I would have seen it by now. So we're definitely going to introduce the possibility of it being perfectly circular. That is important to me. Yeah. All right, so we're basically there. I don't think there's anything more that we want to do on this. We could group the players slightly. We could add 0.05 as an option. Bias the people on your team to be a little bit closer to you. Let's just check and see how it looks. So we'll actually get rid of this one. We'll rerun it. See how it looks with the players grouped a little bit closer together. I don't know. It feels like it's missing something. Maybe not. Okay, it's all set. Let's check the file size. File size is still 748, which makes sense because we didn't increase the number of options. We just said you are going to bias the teams toward each other. Oh yeah, that's fine. Honestly, that might even be a little bit better. Oh, that's not fine. That is unacceptable. Oh, dang. And now the wolves appear, and it's just a mess. Can't have wolves inside your walls. And it's... I know what it is. It's the spacing to other terrain types. It's this right here that it's having a problem with. That's why it's not coming out to that completely. So it looks like we're going to have to stay at a bias of 0 for now. Okay. So now I think we basically have gotten the player starts where we want. We have 3 times 3 times 3, so we have 27 different starting configurations. It's not as many as I would have hoped, just because it's sort of fragile, getting these back bases to work without intersecting with things. And they could be a little bit larger, but I think it's okay. It's not perfect, but it's all right. So we'll leave that as it is, and then we'll ask ourselves, what do we want for aspect ratios? We know 0.8 is going to work. We know that 1 would work. And I think we'll just leave the angle at 0, and we'll try running this with 1.2 and see what happens. It should result in maybe an ellipse that's just the other way. Let's save and see how this shakes out. This may crash and burn entirely. Okay, it hasn't died yet. So you'll note that the wider end is toward here and here, and the narrower end is this way. So if we do this, maybe we'll be making this the wider end and this the narrower end. I'm not sure. So we're going to see what that impact would be. I'm considering not even streaming that, just to sort of tweak and give a couple of other options to the map. But I want to show the process anyway, what goes through my head and what has to get crunched and written to the code. Okay. Still thinking. Scrambling command, so we're close to the end here. And okay, it's finished. So watch this mini-map carefully when I hit generate. It should be roughly the same size. Yep. Just as I thought. The pockets go even further away in this case. The way the bases are connected gave me the idea. Hideout arena? I'm thinking hideout arena. So that is not what we are going for. Why not open the bases on the other side? What do you mean, Jaw00? What is that? Is that a wolf? Yes, it is a wolf. That should not be possible. So we're going to tell the wolves to avoid the grass 3 placeholders back here. That is an urgent update that we need to make. So wolf, where are you? Mawu. Alright, so we're going to avoid the player town center by 24. But we're also going to tell it to avoid this on-grid placeholder that's placed specifically on grass 3. And we're going to tell it to avoid that by 3 or 4. It doesn't matter. No, this generation is not good. We don't want to make the pockets even further away. Then they're even more likely to boom. Yes, there are wolves on arena. Wolves, bears, leopards, you name it. Some predator that attacks, they exist on arena. It's just they're not in the base. They're in the center. Alright, so we will keep the seed and let us generate the object code again. Alright. It's done. So this wolf should disappear when I generate. And indeed he does. So the pockets are, yeah, we cannot accept this. So I'm thinking maybe 5 different possibilities. Well, no, we'll do 6. So aspect ratio, what happens if we make it 0.3? Let's try to break it. Bring it down to 0.3 and we'll rerun this. And if it works for 0.3, then we should feel pretty good about that. I need to go to sleep. All right, I'm going to be ending this really soon anyway, Jaws00. Thanks for hanging out. It's been fun. Done a lot of good work. I will post this in the server when it's complete, and I'll mention you. I'll include the script file. You can look at it. But we'll probably play it tonight, maybe. Who knows? Hopefully. Play it tonight and get folks' feedback on it. See what people think. It's quite late where you are. It's what, 3 a.m. where you are, Jaws00 in the Czech Republic? Nice. Yes, 3 a.m. All right. So I must have at one point changed how I define aspect ratio because this is just ridiculous. This is funny, but this would never pass. All right, so not 0.3. I need to be awake at 10. Then I suggest you hit the hay. Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for more than stopping in. Thanks for being here. All right, let's go up to 0.5 and see how that looks. This is fine. You're used to getting low amounts of sleep. All right, Jaws00, the man, the myth, the legend, gracing us with his presence on stream today. Thanks for being here and rest well. We will let you know how it turned out. We can't handle this large a base size, I think, is the problem for this level of aspect ratio. It's too much. Heck, these players have intersecting walls. Or even getting sucked into the bog in the center. In orange here, he can just walk right in. This is open, which is not acceptable. Oops. Okay, it's all set. See if that's any better. It's slightly better, but these players are still joined. This whole team basically joined, and this is open, which is not acceptable. So I'd have to decrease the size of the player bases, which I don't want to do. All right, what about 0.6? Crunch the numbers. Be interesting if I had taken a different approach, but I didn't want to compute a new land for every single possible, a new overall map land structure for every single possible player land arrangement. I just wanted to do this universal ring in the back and fill in everything but a distance. I thought that would be a clever alternative. But maybe it was worth the trouble. Well, no, because already we've got 27 different player configurations, and there's no way I'd fit 27 different general map land configurations in the file. It would just get too large. No rotation required. Okay, got it. So this will be a little bit better, hopefully. Not good enough. This is starting to look like regular arena, but taking 7 hours to make. These large base sizes are just so clumsy. Why am I making the base sizes this large again? I don't really know. All right, what about 0.75? Or 0.7, I should say. And you know what? Let's decrease this base size from 15 to like 12. We're not changing the size of the walls, just the size of the grassland around. It will decrease the amount of space that players have. But it could make it better, more compatible with what we're going for, which is that elliptical configuration on Arena. All right, come on. Ooh, it's getting close. It's scrambling commands. Okay. So I might work on I might work on these spacings here a little bit. In fact, let me do that now. Let's just try and a large size spacing other terrain types 4. So we're going to go down by 2. So this is going to be 5, 3, 2, and 1. Let's see how that looks. Not really solving the problem. Just too tight. Just too tight. I mean, even this is a hole in the wall there, I believe, which is not acceptable. Okay, so we'll undo these changes. Save that. Bump this back up to 15. And we'll just give up on that one. 0.8. Let's try it. I think that's where we were at, honestly. Okay, looks like it's thinking about something. Yep, it's scrambling the commands, so it's almost done. And then I think 0.8 is where we started. So we'll be back where we started. And we'll know that that 0.8 is just about as extreme as we can get. And then I'll have to think while I'm not streaming. I'll have to think about maybe there would be some other possibilities or ideas for how to achieve a more extreme egg shape than that. Yep, that's basically right where we started. All right, so I think I'm going to end the stream here. I'm going to continue to play with some of these different options. I got an idea based on what we did today of what kind of aspect ratio for this ellipse it will allow, and this is basically the limit. We can, of course, go in the opposite direction, as you saw, without breaking anything. So everything between that, and also rotating this. So if we wanted to rotate this 45 degrees or in one way or another way, we could consider that as a possibility too. We have to think about, even though we can do that, whether or not it adds anything to the variability of the map, like to the play, or does it just put everybody else somewhere else, right? But I guess if you're in a 1v1 and you rotated 90 degrees, maybe it's harder for you to pinpoint. If there's the possibility you can be rotated 90 degrees, maybe it's harder for you to pinpoint where your opponent is. Whereas right now, it's basically you know your opponent is directly across the map from you. So that's something that we're going to look at, but I am going to end the stream here, and I'm going to set up some different possibilities and some different options, and I think that we're going to be good to go. So I'm basically going to program in. Let's do it right now, actually. So we'll get rid of this R here. We'll have 0.8 as an aspect ratio, and we'll have 1 as an aspect ratio. We'll just basically have those two. And then for angles, we'll get rid of this, and we'll go 0 to 90. And there we go. We got already, we're at 4 different possible configurations compared to our 1. And it might take only 4 times as long to run, so maybe 10 minutes. But the thing is that we're at 750 kilobytes right now. So this is going to be about a 3 megabyte file probably by the time we're all done. Maybe slightly less than that. But we'll give this a try and see how it runs. And at least having these different angles should increase the number of possible configurations, so it will require people to scout to figure out where their opponents are. So we will hit run here, and I will end the stream. I appreciate all of you tuning in. For those of you who are here for 7.5 hours with me, thank you. You complete me. You make this totally worth it. But I'm excited to try out this map. It's not quite as extreme as we wanted, based on some of the limitations in the scripting engine. We always start out with all these ideals and everything, but at the end of the day, we started our stream with something like this, and frankly, we have something that's pretty close to this. It may not be the extremeness of the ellipse that we had envisioned, but we needed to make these bases larger so that we could have enough back base in case you got forwarded, which meant that because they were larger, they couldn't be as close together, which meant that they couldn't have as much of an eccentricity associated with them, or as tight of an aspect ratio. So we got fair relics, we got hills, we got roughly matching pockets of land behind the player lands. We got the removal of the back walls. So the only thing that we're sort of struggling with is, not struggling, but that we didn't get everything that we wanted to, was this aspect ratio here. Maybe not as extreme as we would have wanted, and the file size is going to be a little large. But having said that, we'll see what happens when the program is done running, and we'll do some play testing. We'll see how much it impacts it. Maybe a simple solution could be is that we could make like the hit points of these walls slightly variable. Like maybe there's a chance they could be not quite as strong, and that would deter booming as well. I guess both from flank and pocket though. So anyway, thank you everybody for tuning in. We're going to end it here while the MATLAB program is thinking. Who knows how far along it is or how long it's going to take. But we'll be in touch, and hopefully in about maybe an hour to 2 hours we can give this a try, test it out in a community game setting. So thank you so much, everyone, and have a great day, and hopefully I'll see you again soon.